Hey, everybody. Hey, peeps. Hey. How is everybody doing this Friday night? Dang, y'all. Do you know what? Let's rectify things. First things first. Let's do this right here. So, hey, beautiful Mina. I'm doing good, y'all. Well, I'm doing better. I'm like super exhausted. You guys, it's been a bit of a long week to say the least, right? I'm just like, dang. How is this week going to end? I guess that was my little statement for the most part. Internally, I was thinking, dang, how is this week going to go? Am I going to be able to get in here for y'all? So I'm glad that we actually managed to, I guess, get the night started tonight. There you go, Kayla. I've made you a mod as well. Chaley's going to sort of come into the space, I guess. Who have we got in the room tonight? Can I get a hey? I'm glad that I managed to show up, Mina. I'm telling you, like, the week has been so... The rhythm is just too much. Like, I need a little bit of a slower pace. Hey, Ash13. Nice to see you in the building. Y'all, we have the new moon tomorrow. So the energies are definitely touch and go for like setting new intentions and stuff. And I'm just like, whoa. Yes, please do let us know whoever's here. I'm just sort of like getting the cards out so that we can get this party started, y'all. This is like one of the parts of the week that I look forward to, because then it's like, okay, cool. Then I can just chill, hang out, and vibe with my peeps. Because everything else just feels like so much. All good, beautiful. All good, killer. I got you, girl. Don't worry. We out here, man. We out here. I appreciate the all of the work that we've been doing over the last few weeks. And your girl's getting consistent, y'all. By the grace of God. Ain't he's so good. Won't he do it? I'm telling you, because I'm like, oh my God, I'm so exhausted. I had a nap today after work. Okay. Full disclosure, I was like, look, I don't know where I'm gonna be by the end of the evening. So let me just have a little nap and prep myself, because your girl is exhausted, y'all. It has been a long week. How's the energies treating you guys? Yes, consistency is the best part. I'm trying to get a little bit more on the rhythm, because sometimes the rhythm picks up and then I'm like, oh, I can't manage the wave. I'm going to just fall off. I'm going to just go and fall wherever I land, to be fair, because I'm just like, okay, this rhythm is too much for me. I need a little bit of a slower pace, but I guess Pisces, I'm supposed to be adaptable, right? For the most part, I'm usually like, okay. Holla at me when it gets back to a rhythm that I can maintain. And the girl is back here. You know what? It's so funny, right? That we were having some, I guess, a little bit of discrepancies about the list, because when I was creating the live, if you guys saw, the lights just blinked, so the guys are definitely present and sitting in the space ready to go. But when I was like prepping for the live and stuff, I looked at like the number of the, I asked the guys, I was like, this feels on easy this week. Is the number 10, is that, are we doing that? Is that the situation? And they're like, wait and see. So don't worry, the list discrepancy was already noted, okay? We were already going to be navigating through that timeline. The girl was already prepared for it to some degree. I mean, I didn't know how it was going to pan out, but hey, here we are, okay? So now, I guess that everything has revealed itself, we'll just go and dive into it, right? We'll just go and chop it up and see what is going on for us, man. Like, God has so much in store for this 2023 timelines. I'm telling you, there's so many assignments that's like literally just taking full effect. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on, guys. Right, Mina, let's see. Let me go and grab the list. And we can, I'm going to pin this to the top, and then, yeah, there we go. Got that pinned. So we're starting with Mina, and then we're going to go to Smoradina, Ash 13, Samantha. Who else have we got? Pearl. Oh, you're back in the building, Pearl. Shaylee, Rika, Kayla, my YouTube account, and Lily. Okay? And then we're going to just see where the wind sort of blows and takes us for the rest of the evening. We'll do that. Okay, guys, hit me with your question, Mina. We will go and dive into it. Okay, already got it. Cool. All right, let me make some room. I was listening to some music as well, just to sort of like get my energies up, because I'm telling you, your girl is tired, man. Is it just me? Are you guys feeling the exhaustion in the air? I'm low-key missing the Mars retrograde. Yeah, I'm low-key missing the Mars retrograde. At least that was like decent time for me to be able to have an excuse to be like, okay, I don't have to do anything per se. But now that Mars is like that direct, it's doing the most. It's calling all of those assignments that have been pre-filled fate or destiny, if you will. It's calling all of that good stuff to the forefront. And I'm like, damn. Yes, Mina, I'm telling you, it's so much. But let's go and dive into it and see what we have on the cards for you. Okay. Mina's question, let's see. Okay. I was trying to see if there's anything, any way that I can sort of like get it on the screen like how StreamYard does, but guess not. I'm still here learning the YouTube streaming process, I guess. But yes. Okay. So, Mina wants to know, what are the current feelings and thoughts of Mohammed Hassan towards me? Thank you, love. Always so grateful for your precious time and energy, my love. Thank you, guys. Okay. We're going to go and unpack that firstly. We're going to start with the thoughts, because the thoughts can be, I guess the thoughts can sometimes be a little bit, I'm not going to say disturbing, but peace can be disturbed on the emotional plane, and then the thoughts can get like scattered and all over the place. So we're going to start with the thoughts, guys. Okay, interesting. Oh, let me know a little bit more about Hassan's thoughts towards Mina. Let's get some clarity on that. Hassan's thoughts toward Mina currently. What's the situation, guys? What is the sitch? Let us know so we can dive into it and unpack it. Okay. Thank y'all. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. That part. Sorry. Okay, let's have a look and see what are the actual feelings. What are Hassan's feelings towards Mina? Okay. 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 What are Hassan's feelings towards Mina? Make it clear, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. So it was interesting because we had like a lot going on in the cards. Like, I guess there's still some stuff going on behind the scenes that needs to be clarified. So a lot of the stuff will reveal itself in time. I think what's going on in the space that's kind of like being developed right now, he's in loyalty class, which is interesting because this loyalty class is causing a bit of like conflicting emotions, and there's like a bit of indecision sort of like taking place with the situation. For the most part, his thought process is that he's avoiding taking on any responsibility directly with you in terms of the situation that you guys were sort of like navigating through. And now I guess he's at the point where he's kind of like trying to start something new away from that space. And we spoke about this previously, where I feel like the stars haven't necessarily aligned for you guys to be able to sort of venture on anything romantically, right? And that's kind of like where you guys are sat at the minute, where you guys are kind of like indifferent to the space that you guys are in at the minute. And whilst he's working on this loyalty class, and it was funny because the guys were like, you know, this loyalty class that he's sort of working on, it helps you to get a little bit more understanding and clarity about his character. I think at the time, obviously, when the space was open, I'm going to say the space was open, the stars had aligned because there was a little bit of static going on in between the situation that he's currently obligated to now, or he's moving, I guess, in cohesion with his responsibility in that space. When things was a little bit staticky and you guys kind of had like your playful, flirty sort of like experience, where it's like you guys were kind of like getting to know each other with the potential possibility of a romantic encounter, I think during that time he could have, I guess, ventured into the space free of guilt, right? And now it's like where that situation, the static, I guess, in that space is no longer as intense as it was. I mean, they still have, I guess, some differences of opinion that they're kind of like working through at the minute. But for the most part, he's kind of like trying his best to make sure that he is present in that space, right? Emotionally, in terms of his feelings for you, he felt like, you know, he was getting to know you at the time when all of this stuff was going on in his personal life, I guess, in his romantic life, and he was kind of like figuring out loyalty class, I guess. And now it's a case where he's kind of like in that space where his heart's getting more open to being able to sort of like receive love and give love in a more positive way. So that's why he kind of had to like, I guess, disconnect so that he could pull back and make sure that within the space that he's kind of creating with this prior obligation before yourself, making sure that that space is safe and that he's not creating or inputting into any more possibility of more static being brought into the space, right? So moving forward, I guess his feelings on the situation is that you're a lovable person. You do definitely deserve love. I guess there's a thought in the back of his mind that maybe if things don't necessarily work out in this situation, he'll potentially try and shoot his shot and see whether or not the space is open for him to be able to do so. But as far as right now, he can't be too playful with the situation as far as his feelings. He can't sort of like engage too much. Right now, he's more sort of in that space where he's kind of like seeing where this prior connection will be able to sort of take him, and that's the main thing that he's kind of like navigating through right now. But this is good. Like, don't necessarily look at it, I guess, as a bad thing per se, because the way that they put it across to me is that this helps you, like I said, to define a little bit more about his character and really get to understand the way in which his actions will basically be able to play out, right? Mina said, that makes perfect sense. I have decided to move on from him and reconciled with and made peace in my marriage. Is he okay with that? Guys, that's lovely to hear as well, Mina, can I just say? Because I think it's so interesting then, because it seems as though both of you guys have kind of like, I guess that time that you guys shared, that space that you guys shared together, was to let you guys know that there is a possibility, I guess, of other potentials, but it's a case of whether or not you guys kind of want to sort of like practice, if you will, loyalty to a situation that may be less than ideal at certain times, right? Because again, static, right? Things get a little bit staticky when we've got differences of opinion. It's a little bit of a challenge to like make those pieces kind of fit. It creates a little bit of static because the law of resistance then starts to sort of manifest itself, right? So I believe that for both of you guys in the space, both of you guys were sort of like going through a process where it was more or less an opportunity for you guys to get some companionship whilst you guys were kind of like navigating through that space of the what if, how is it going to sort of pan out? Where is it going to take us, right? How's Asan sort of like feeling about me? Ooh, okay. Okay. What in regards to what? So how does he feel about her reconciling? Okay. 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 So I think for the most part, he is okay with your decision because he's also made peace with his decision as well to kind of like focus on the situation that was there before. And I think the way that it's kind of like playing out, I guess, at some point during the course of the next year or so, because they're showing me like the timeline is sort of like a year long sort of situation where there may be a check-in. There may be a check-in with you just to kind of like gather some information in terms of where you are, how you're doing, just on a friendly tip, right? Just on a friendly sort of like interaction, engagement to sort of see where you are with your situation. I think he knows that right now potentially isn't necessarily the right time because his prior obligation is still sore, right? Like they're still healing from the wounds that was caused by the static. So it's still a little bit sore. So now isn't necessarily the right time to be able to check in, but he may sort of check in within this year to just kind of like get an understanding of how you're doing, because I do feel like he cares about you as a friend. There was a real concern, I guess, for your own personal well-being. So I think the check-in will be sort of like just a general check-in to sort of see how you're doing, how you're getting on, how life's treating you, and just kind of like let it be known that there's no bad blood, there's no ill feelings, and there's no ill will towards each other type thing. So it's all going as divinely intended, right? It's all going as divinely intended. I'm answering Mina's question to answer your question, my YouTube account. So yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Glad to hear about the reconciliation as well, because it seems like you guys are definitely in the space. As far as the stalking, like I said to you previously, I don't think that it was as prevalent as it was. I think he, if anything, he's stalking to make sure that you're still good, that you're still in a good space, right? And that, you know, his decision hasn't basically interrupted or interfered with your natural nature, and you're still able to kind of like carry on with the things that you know you are doing and the things that you wanted to do before. But I think you guys like really developed a really good budding friendship, and that was the whole purpose, I guess, of this companionship for you guys sort of coming into this space, because I guess God has had other plans, I guess, in terms of how things were going to sort of play out, right? So keep us posted and sort of like let us know how things sort of develop with everything there. Okay. But yeah, exactly that. I'm in a good mental space right now and it's cool. That's what's up. Snaps for that, Mina. We love that. Snaps for that. Definitely. All good, beautiful. All good. I think it was important for you guys to sort of come into the encounter with each other to really kind of like stir some feelings for you guys to then give you guys the opportunity to like make that decision so that when you recommit, that recommitment is almost like it strengthens the anchor of that recommitment. You know what I mean? So that's what's up. Don't worry, Smaradina. Don't worry. I still had your question, girl. I was just about to like go. I will definitely let you know when you're up my YouTube account. Don't worry. Thank you, Smaradina. Thank you for putting that back in the chat. Don't worry. Don't worry. Multitasking. Okay. I'm supposed to be out here as a Pisces, you know, adapting and all that good stuff. So I was getting to it, but I was just kind of like finishing out the channel. But we are good to go for your question, Smaradina. Okay, so What are John's feelings and actions towards me? We don't communicate so often lately. Thank you so much for your help. All good. Thank you, Mina. I received that. I'm going to sit in that blessing for a second. Because I need all of the blessings and prayers that I can get at this point. Because I'm telling you, like, your girl is struggling out here. My human's like, oh my God, girl. Are you sure? Oh, okay. Let's go and dive into it. First, we're going to start with John's feelings. We're going to start with the feelings and then we're going to dive into the actions. I'm going to utilize the tarot for both of these questions because the tarot is going to give me a little bit more clarity in terms of the action aspect of things. So let's have a look. What are John's feelings towards Smaradina? As clearly as you can, please. What are John's feelings towards homegirl Smaradina? Oh, interesting. Okay. We had some jumpers. We've got a few things going on. So definitely there's like moments where it's like random thoughts of you, I guess. So let's have a little look and see. Interesting. Okay. Right. Let's have a look and see then. Okay. Cool. Okay. What are his actions that he's likely to take towards Smaradina moving forward? Oh. Sorry, like I'm seeing the cards just kind of like resistance is definitely futile, guys. Okay. What actions are John like? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I received that. That was nice and quick. Love that. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. 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 So let me see if there's anything else in the chat. Oh, beautiful. Hey, girl. I like your DP. You're looking cute. That's for Ariana. Loves it. Okay. I'm sorry about the notification thing. YouTube is just like, they don't rate me, man. They don't rate me. My bad. Hopefully they'll get better at actually like rating your girl a little bit. Just a smidge. Okay. Right. So to answer your question, Smaradina, in terms of his feelings towards you and the situation, I feel like he's at a place where he's kind of got clarity about some of the things within the partnership that he needed to kind of just accept, right? He just needed to accept certain things in terms of the dynamics that you guys were sort of like navigating through. And I think that his feelings on the situation is that he's at a place now where he's just kind of like focused on how he's manifesting things moving forward, right? He's focused on kind of like putting his energy into his career situation. That's really where he's kind of like putting his focus at the minute, as a way to be able to just kind of like curb any, I guess, unresolved feelings towards you in terms of the situation and how things kind of like panned out. It definitely feels like there's a little bit of a lack of direction when it comes to the situation with you. I think, how can I put it? Clarify this for me, guys. Put it into words that I can. Thank you. Because I want to be able to sort of like give you a full clarity on the situation, right? Okay. Sorry, I'm receiving it. Okay, so for the most part right now, like his feelings on the situation is that there is a lack of closure. In terms of maybe the way that things just kind of like fizzled without maybe kind of like resolving certain issues that were probably actually resolvable, but there wasn't necessarily the will, desire, or intention to be able to resolve some of these issues. So I think his feelings on the situation now is that he's just kind of like, I guess, focusing on the career situation to be able to curb the feelings of hopelessness about the situation. Um, because it's like, oh, well, what can I do about the situation at the minute? It just kind of is what it is. I think that he's kind of like going through a process of acceptance because he's not necessarily willing to sort of like make any direct actions coming forward. Um, and I guess it's kind of like there's fear of rejection behind that. I feel like that's where he's moving from, that place of like fear that, even if he was to step forward, how would the situation pan out? What would the dynamics be? He doesn't necessarily have anything to offer per se, like what the situation was when you guys last kind of like interacted. That's still, I guess, where he's at mentally and emotionally. So he hasn't necessarily updated anything, so he can't really like come into this space and present you with anything new. So I think he's just kind of like accepting that he's just going to have to like cut his losses with the situation and just kind of like accept defeat in this space, because he's not necessarily willing to kind of like push past his fear of rejection and actually tune into the space and see what's going on. Definitely, as far as his actions that he'll be taking towards you, like I said, the action that he'll be taking towards you is more than likely no action, which again, he's just kind of like curbing that pull or that feeling that he's kind of having as far as like the lack of closure with the situation. Um, yeah, it feels a little bit like a disservice to himself, but he's also accepting that he's just going to have to cut his losses with this situation. He's navigating through some blocked emotions at the minute because he that's said, I won't reject him. Well, that's the thing, right? And I don't think he knows that, right? I don't think he knows that, because I think he feels like he probably needs to be able to sort of like come to the table with a full on commitment. And I don't think he's there just yet. I don't think he's there just yet as far as like really actually being able to sort of say, like, look, I'm ready to commit to the situation and let's figure this out. Let's, decide where we're going to go with the situation. But I think because of that fear of rejection, he's just kind of like, I guess, blocking the emotions and just kind of like, I guess, has, as I say, letting sleeping dogs lie, right? He's not trying to sort of like he's avoiding conflicts. Basically, he's avoiding the possibility of conflict in terms of the way that he's kind of like putting it across. I don't think that, I'm going to put this across to you as well. I don't think that he is, it would be a lie for him to come back into the space and try with you romantically. I don't think he's there yet. And I think he knows that he's not there yet. And I think he doesn't want to put himself in a position where he could potentially be burnt out by a situation whereby he's not actually willing to invest what is required to obviously make things work on a romantic level. And that being said, he's just kind of like keeping his distance, because I guess that's the best way for him to avoid creating any eruptions in the space. So will he take action? No. Does he have feelings? Yes, unresolved feelings, but he's willing to block those and focus on his career at the minute as a way to just be able to distract himself whilst he kind of like holds a wall up, I guess. He's hoping that there's somebody potentially later on, maybe, that's open to the, I guess, the basic that he can give right now, which is, I'm not able to like fully commit per se. Just in the sense that he's kind of like, how can I put it? He's focused on his career. There's certain things that he wants to do. There's things that he wants to develop within himself in terms of his career before really being able to sort of like commit to anything long term. So yeah, I guess that's where he's at with the situation. What's you guys' advice for Smeridina in navigating through the process? Okay. Okay, what's likely to take place then? Okay. 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 So the guides are saying with the situation, right? Over the course of the next few weeks, when it comes to this situation, it's not necessarily that they're saying like let go of like remaining positive in the space, but it's more a case of like he's not necessarily where he would need to be, like in terms of being able to come back into the space. So for it is in your best interest, I guess, to kind of um almost release or disconnect, if you will, from the space emotionally to allow yourself to free up and make room, I guess, for the possibility of something that's a little bit more aligned to your values and what you're looking for in terms of partnership. Um, so yeah, I guess that's their advice for you on the situation. Okay, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you. Let's go and get on to the next question, guys. Oh, that's what's up. You guys are making sure that we got the questions nice and ready. That's what's up. I love that. That's okay, beautiful. All good, Smaradina. Thank you, man. It's all good. I think obviously like sometimes, this is the thing, right? Like we all grow at different pace. So sometimes yes, you can squeeze Ariona on the list. Do you want to be added to the list, Ariona? You can squeeze her in. I think even in the stuff it did say, I guess, with one unexpected, I guess extra. You never know who's going to sort of like get that spot, right? So it's all good. It's all good. We'll kind of like add her to the list and dive in. But yeah, what I was saying, as far as like what they were sort of like conveying to me, to sort of like finish out the space, to touch in on some of the stuff that was revealed in Smaradina's question is that everybody grows at like a different pace, and sometimes in order to kind of like give the other person a bit of space, breathing space, if you will, to kind of grow into. So let's say like a person has optimized in terms of their commitment levels, right? Because even though I've been in a relationship for like 12 years, commitment was something that I had to sort of like learn, right? There was like growing up within my environment, there was like infidelity was like a natural pattern around me. So relationships weren't necessarily always like loyal, even though they were committed, if that makes sense, type thing. So everybody grows at their own pace. And I think sometimes the grace, I guess, that we have to think to ourselves, am I prepared to give this person the grace of my time? Because it's going to require my patience whilst they grow into, I guess, optimizing to the same degree of perspective when it comes to things like commitment, right? It took me about a couple of years to actually learn about the commitment class. As far as just learning how to basically like be in a situation, because monogamy, I was always like a serial monogamist. Like my relationship before my now relationship was like 5 years long, but even then, like I experienced a lot of infidelity in that situation. So it was like a lot of learning that I had to do, like learning how to break unhealthy patterns, right? And those are some of the things that we have to navigate through in life sometimes. So everybody just grows as they are, I guess. It's like plants, right? Everybody grows as they are. I encourage my little flowers in my kitchen all the time. Like the one that's actually growing and blossoming and flowering so beautifully, I'm like, teach them, teach them, show them, give them some of your energy, give them some of your thought process so that they can kind of like, flourish just as well as you do as well. So we're all learning, man, even on those levels of life, like as plants. And she really does teach the others, by the way, because like within a week I see them start budding and I'm like, that's what's up, look at you being a big sis, we love that. But yeah, yes, okay, that's cool. Ariona's added to the list. Yeah, see, this is the thing. It's interesting that you said that, Smaradina. I'm having to learn how to be interdependent because I'm so dependent because I'm like first child, right? For my mom, anyways, I'm first child. So it's a struggle for the most part, learning how to be more interdependent in because listen, there's no way I'm going to be in a codependent relationship. Okay, like I'm like, get off me. That doesn't equate to my vibration. I'm not really a codependent type person. But interdependence, I can have my dependency, you can have your like independence as well, and we could just meet in the middle, okay? Because I can't do the whole you relying on me like too much or me needing to rely on you too much. I think even with my surgery, after I had my surgery, right, I was at my mom's for like maybe 2 or 3 days, and I was like, I felt like I was playing a role. It just felt so weird. It felt like I was being somebody, I guess, that not necessarily that I'm not, but it was just strange. I think after like 3 days, I picked myself up. I limped down the stairs, and I was like, right, I gotta go, Ma. This ain't me. I need to go back to my house and do all my independent stuff. I need to cook for myself, clean my house, do all of that good stuff. My mom's like, I'm so proud of you. I'm like, yeah, girl, I can't sit around here anymore. I need to go. This was cool. I enjoyed this. Like, I appreciate God pouring into me, in the first couple of days, because he knows that I may have needed that additional support. But like after my bandage got changed, I was like, yeah, I need to be out. I need to go home. Right. So I'm like still learning how to be a little bit more interdependent. So yeah, so many failures in my history till I managed it. Yeah, I'm still learning how to manage. I like even now, like it's weird being in a relationship and actually like 12 years in, I'm still learning how to be interdependent, because I'm just so dependent, like so independent. Like I like just being able to rely on myself. Like, dang, it's one of those things that at least if you're relying on yourself, you know that you're going to do everything that you can to make sure that you do the things that you want to do for yourself, right? Whereas if you're relying on other people, they may just kind of fall short in places, and it's just like, I ain't got no time for that. I'm sorry. Like, let me just figure it out myself, and I'm gonna, get it going. Even while I was driving, I was like, oh my God, this is so uncomfortable. Like as I'm driving home, after changing my bandages and stuff, and I'm like, it's uncomfortable, but I'm so looking forward to getting back into my home and just like being by myself. Which is weird, I guess. I guess it's weird. I know some people would have probably liked the thought of like, being able to kind of like sit and have somebody else sort of like cater to them and tend to their needs and stuff. But I was like, no, this isn't me. I'm more of a giver, I guess. So it was weird for me to kind of like receive. And God had to teach me that class like several times throughout 2018 and 2019, where it was like I had to learn how to be receptive, I guess, to be able to receive my blessings. And I'm still learning that actually, because my independence, God's teaching me where that is applicable and where I just need to fall back a little bit, and just receive, right? I'm still learning though. I'm not there yet. I'm definitely not there yet. So Ash 13 wants to know, I'm just curious, will I get pregnant this year? If not, will I ever have any children of my own? Thanks in advance. Okay, we're going to go to these cards first. So we're going to go to the angel guidance first. Just sort of like get some clarity. Listen, you asked a direct question, and whenever there's like direct questioning, I get a little bit like, okay, how do I reword this? Because they're so good with their riddles. I'm like, how do you guys put that in a riddle? That was a direct question. That's a simple yes or no. And they're like, well, it's not that simple, is it? And I'm like, well, can we get something? So I'm gonna sort of start with, I guess, rewording the question and see. Okay, let me see. Because this is the thing as well, right? I want to put this across to you as well, Ash. Basically, like there's certain astrological alignments as well, like the stars basically align, especially like for people to be able to come through, for souls to be able to come through as well. So the astrological alignment has to be precise, I guess, even for pregnancy. And also when I say the astrological alignment, so the astrological alignment ensures that the right people, the right situations happen at the right timing for things to kind of like burst into manifestation, right? So it's one of those types of situations. So I'm going to reword the question firstly. Let me just get something down me, okay? Because your girl's getting dry, y'all. Okay, so let's see. Oh, you added it again. Thank you, beautiful, because it was like a little bit further up. It was like just a little bit further up. I'm just wondering because I'm 38 years old and I have no kids as yet. Girl, you know how it's so funny because my spirit baby has been lurking around for like, I want to say at least a decade, and I'm still like, am I actually going to like commit to that decision? So a lot of the times, there may be sort of other factors as well. So how can I put it? So sometimes if we've got assigned souls to us, as far as like spirit babies and stuff, there may be certain contracts that has to be released, like certain spiritual contracts that has to be released, so that they can also come in, because then they're able to kind of like fulfill their purpose, I guess. Listen, we're riddled with a lot of different sort of like spirits, I guess, if you will. So let me just dive into it, because they're like, you're talking too much. Let's just go for the question. So I'm gonna put the question out there. Chill out, guys. It's not that deep. Okay, so is it likely that Ash will conceive this year? Is it likely that Ash will conceive this year? Make it clear to us, guys. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Okay. We've got the advice, but what's the conclusion? Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So what do you guys advise for that then? What do you guys advise for it? Oh. Okay, thank you. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh wow. Okay. Sorry. That gave me some, I want to call it like there was a sensation that was sort of like going up and down my spine there. Okay. So this is what they're saying as far as the situation. It's not necessarily a likelihood this year per se, and I'm going to tell you why as well, right? And this happened, it was so funny because like God, I guess, revealed this one to me a while ago, in terms of like, you know, like in the Bible, for instance, right, there were Sarah, even, like, you know, there were a few women basically that had to sort of like navigate through sterility, like being barren, basically. Navigating through that class myself. I mean, I don't think I'm barren. I think I'm just like indecisive about whether or not I want to have children, and that's manifesting itself. But what is happening in your space, right? They're showing me that with your situation, you're kind of like going through this process where you're not necessarily like faith filled about that situation. You're not faith filled about that situation, and that it's almost like you question whether or not God has it destined for you to be a mum. Is that a part of the internal battle that you're sort of like navigating through? Do you believe that it's destined for you to be a mum? Because again, ultimately, it's almost like when those women in like biblical times, right, when they were sort of like navigating through their sterility and I guess when they were navigating through their story, it was almost like the spirit of desperation was actually one of the main spirits that was keeping them away from the very nature of the thing that they wanted, right? And I have to say the spirit of desperation because that's how God really revealed it to me. And the spirit of desperation was almost feeding from this lack of belief, right? And that kept them so far removed from the very thing that God had intended for them, which is why it took so long, I guess, for them to be able to manifest said child, right? Okay. And I hear you on that, right? I hear you on that because I don't believe I would. Yeah, and I understand. I completely get that because obviously, naturally, like in society, the whole concept is that obviously the earlier that you're able to sort of like have kids, even though you're like riddled with so many demons before you get into your 30s, right? Because your 20s is really when you work through a lot of that stuff to be able to get to the place that you need to get to as far as like your recovery process and getting a little bit better. Your 20s, like you get to play out being young and dumb, basically. What I'm saying to you with the situation, that may be the very thing that you actually have to work on. God wants this for you just as much as you want this for yourself, right? The challenge that you're navigating through is a questioning on whether or not. So what they were showing me is that within the next few weeks, you're actually going to be going through a process where you are improving your health, because what they were showing me is that the belief wasn't necessarily there. It's like you have the desire, but the belief wasn't strong enough. And that's what's kind of like, I guess, the resistance. So that's where the law of resistance is playing up with this blessing of yours, right? So it's, I don't even know how to say. So the way that they're showing it is like, okay, so this is like, we speak about the heavenly realms, right? So this is where the heavenly realms are. It's like the highest degrees of possibilities, right? Oh, I'm doing Ash 13. Thank you, Mina. This is the highest degree or level of uh, uh, the things that we want to manifest, right? And then they have to go through all of the laws to be able to come into manifestation within the 3D. But because the law of resistance is now playing up in your process, and the law of resistance is, you do have to change your mindset. Beautiful. You do have to change your mindset because the mind is directly connected to the body, and the mind tells the body a lot of the times what to do, as well as read what the body is also doing. So they have a certain level of engagement. They are saying that over the course of the next few weeks, you are going to be going through a process of being able to I'm seeing, right? I'm seeing that there is a possibility of at least one child. The second child, I don't know how that situation pans out. And I have to say that because I don't know if the child gets brought to full term. So yes, it is a high probability. It's written to some degree, right? For you to have this child, it's whether or not your mind aligns with the intentions. And those are some of the things that you need to be working through. Question to you: do you have any manifested health issues that has revealed itself as you've been navigating through this, I guess, building your faith? Let's call it that, building your faith. Have you developed any health issues to kind of like, I guess, give the perception of infertility? And infertility, I mean, it's like inner fertility, right? Because you're basically learning, I guess, how to become impregnated with the spirit before you can become, I guess, physically pregnant with the manifestation of the life that is the soul, that sort of comes through. But I'm just asking the question. You don't necessarily sort of have to give me like too much insight. But the reason why I was asking, well, the thing is the options, men in my life. I don't think it, oh, girl, me and you are navigating through the same ish. Hey, Melody. Thank you for stopping into the space. No, for real, Ash. Let me sip my drink, and I'm gonna like really come back to you on that situation, because you're absolutely right about that situation. So I'm going to show you the cards that are manifesting for you. When I asked the question, it was listen to your intuition and romance. Okay. Which ties directly into everything that you're speaking about. Intuitively, you have been kind of being led to the selected, because basically, like, the kids pretty much like select their parents, and then the parents, I guess, eventually comes together because they have an assigned soul, right? So once you start to let go of your lack of belief, in terms of the actual, like, will this happen? It will. First and foremost, it will. Okay, it does happen between now and, I want to say, 42, between now and 42. They're sort of like showing me that you're kind of going through this process, firstly, of kind of like getting to know the right romantic connection, and actually sort of like building a little bit of a foundation before you actually venture on that actual quest with that individual, right? And though it's not a situation that's likely, I guess, and I say likely to happen this year again, that's because there's still certain things that you're also navigating through, in terms of like being able to really, yeah, my menstrual cycle gives me the impression that there may be a problem. Are you sort of like having sort of like irregularity there? Because that's where you'll be able to kind of like get some. So what happens a lot of the time, obviously, the womb, oh my god, the womb, my womb's constantly like begging me for a child, and I'm like, girl, chill out, I'm like trying to live my life. Sorry. I'm just saying, like, my surgery that I had recently was to obviously like remove my fibroids, right? And that was the first surgery that I had. And as soon as I like removed my fibroids, it's like my womb was constantly like, baby, baby, baby. And I'm just like, we're not there yet. Okay. God has it written for me. I'm not scared of like, being in a position where it's a situation. Oh, there is a delay on my end with the Wi-Fi connection. Oh, bummer. Bummer. Should I wait? Should I give it a second? Hey, Melody, you can donate, my love. That's okay, because the free list is closed, unfortunately. But yeah, that's fine. Details are in the description. Mina will be able to sort of like help you out as well. But you're kind of like stuck in the past as well. So basically, the way in which you are attracting the men that are coming to you as well is based on the situation, as far as, how can I put it? You're basically kind of like prejudging men based on your past relationship engagements, right? And because of that, it may also be drawing a lot of those same sort of men that are vibrating on those same frequency, because it's almost like you're kind of painting this picture of the scenes before they've actually manifested themselves. And I think it's one of those things. I don't know if Mina on the list. I don't know if Melody's actually sort of donated anything just yet, so I'm not sure. When she does donate, I haven't gotten any notifications of a donation or anything. So when she does donate, I'll let you know, and she can actually fully then be added to the list. But as it is right now, we are still, I guess I just got, yep, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so she did donate. She did donate. Yep. She did donate. I can see the details here. She donated via PayPal. So let me just finish up what I'm speaking about, because this is crucial, y'all, for Ash 13. So I really like the Leo, but he is much younger than me. Yeah. My partner's like at the end of our generation. And I have to say at the end of our generation, because he is damn, how old is he? I was just about to say he's 4 years younger than me. And we've been together for like ever. So I've had to kind of like grow I guess, or practice patience with his growth, and vice versa. It's kind of like forced him to kind of like grow a little bit faster, and it's kind of forced me as well to kind of like pace back a little bit, which is good for me, okay, because I believe if I potentially had a partner that was around about my age group, then I'd be a completely different Shakima. I'll put it like that. I'd be like in a completely different timeline, having a complete different life experience. Like, I don't know how much time I'd have for you guys to be able to do these things with a kid as well. Okay, I'll put it like that, because your girl's struggling to be able to get into like this space for you guys on Fridays, and that's just with dealing with myself. Okay, my partner's away at the minute. He's off in Mauritius at the minute. He's Mauritian. So he's off in Mauritius at the minute, which has freed up my space as well. I love the Shakima that I am today. That's why I'm so grateful that, you know, I've had to basically slower my pace to kind of navigate towards his pace, because it allows for me to be able to work through some of my inner conflicts when it comes to like parenting and stuff like that, right? Because I'm still trying to protect my kids. Like, I'm still working through some of the generational demons that are on my lineage's I guess, genetic genome, the blueprint of my lineage's genetic genome. So I'm trying to like save them from some of that stuff in the meantime, in between time. So once I get that a little bit more, hey, Miss Green, I did just get a message. So I was thinking, oh, did somebody else just donate as well? Bear with me. I'm just going to confirm I did just feel the vibrating on my phone for that. So I'm just going to have a quick little check. Yeah, you did just donate via Cashapp. So that's cool. Can we add Miss Green to the list as well? After, I think, what was the name? Sorry. Melody. After Melody. Yeah, Miss Green also sort of, thank you. Look at you, Mina, so quick. Love that. But look, this is what I'll say to you, Ash 13. Sorry. I'm gonna thank you, beautiful. The Leo situation. How do you see that situation? Okay. I'm gonna say this, because he is younger than you, the likelihood is that he still has a lot of class that he's probably still needing to sit. How much younger is he as well? Just so that I can understand. Potentially how many classes back he may be, type thing. Right? And what star sign are you as well, just so that I can understand the interaction between the two of you guys, and maybe potentially how you guys may complement and retract from each other as well. Okay, sorry, I'm like looking at the situation. Okay. I'm looking at the situation in terms of how things may potentially sort of like play out with you guys. Okay. You're a Sagittarius easily. Okay. Interesting. He could definitely learn a thing or two. I'm gonna put it to straight and direct, because sorry, they're like loud with this one. He's not the one. I just have to be honest with you. I just have to keep it true, right? Because they're like loud about that one in terms of the situation. He's not the one in terms of the romantic connection that leads to manifesting the child, right? Because again, there's definitely one soul that is assigned to you to be able to sort of come through. But you're navigating through this process between now and 42, between 42 and 43. I don't know if the pregnancy happens at 42, at the back end of 42, and then I guess a child arrives around about 43. But you're kind of like navigating through this very instrumental time between now and then of finding the actual right romantic partner. Mr. Leo ain't it? But then there is the Aquarius, who is turning 48 years old next week, but he is an out of my life. Oh damn, Ariana, I'm sorry, beautiful. We're gonna talk about it, girl. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna catch up about that. I'm sorry there. I'm sprinkling some like virtual positivity over there in the space for you, and I'm sending you a virtual cuddle as well, beautiful. Okay. This is all very, very interesting. So The Aquarius, guys. Okay. 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 Is there some hesitancy with the Aquarius, or is there some like I don't know, it's kind of like showing me that there's still a little bit of like not necessarily really sure with the Aquarius type thing. And kind of navigating through the process of that. I don't know why. I guess there's a little bit of resistance to the situation with the Aquarius. And it's not even about the age factor to the situation, because obviously where he's older as well, obviously that then has an implication in terms of like his sperm cells, which is basically the charge for the egg. Which is kind of like, how can I put it? It's like a ship. I don't know how to put it, but the sperm is like a charge. It charges that, I guess, situation to come into manifestation, right? Hey, Amina. But yeah, I think you're still navigating through the process. They're saying to sort of like close out the situation here because it's something that has to play out. All you need to know is you definitely have a soul assigned to you. There potentially may be a second one, but I don't know how that pans out. I don't know if that child is brought to full term. I don't know what the situation is with that. But that's something that I guess you will be navigating through. And over the course of the next couple of years, the right person is going to find you. You, in essence, are going to align with the right person. Okay, so I guess it's just a waiting game at this point. It really is just a waiting game at this point. You do have a soul assigned, I'll say that much, which is good news. All you've got to do now is actually believe in that. You're going through a process as well where you're kind of like navigating through your fears of certain odds that are stacked against you, and you kind of have to kind of I guess defeat those. You have to defeat some of those battles, right? And those are some of the things that you're going to be navigating through in the process as well. I'm going to say this to you: the person that actually you do end up I guess manifesting the child with is the exception to your rule. Okay. They're not necessarily perfect. They do have their own imperfections, but it's almost like they are someone that you're willing to work through life's challenges with, and you guys are able to actually like bring this child forward into manifestation. And the child is very adamant, I guess, of the characteristics of that partner, as to why they actually want them to be the dad, I guess. And they will be a good dad. You know, it's just a learning process for anyone. You know, parenting is hard, man. Like, it's a whole situation. I know we don't necessarily get like a manual with these things, but we do get a natal chart. Like, that's literally what God said to me. Like, we get a natal chart that gives us an indication of like a lot of the, I guess, likelihoods and probabilities of the experiences that that individual may go through in life. And our job, once we've got the assigned soul, is to be able to help them to best navigate through that. So you've got a soul assigned. It's only a matter of time, finding the right person to help bring that soul in. Okay, and he's already there. It's just a case of you guys meeting at the right time. There's still certain things that has to play out in order to be able to bring you guys together. Okay. That part, at least you do have a good idea of who's not your baby daddy, and that's a good place to start. Okay. And your intuition won't lead you astray with the situation as well. So just bear that in mind. They've advised like you're good with listening to intuition. Your intuition has been on point with the romance class. But that's brought you to a place where now, because of the age being a factor and certain other, I guess, physical manifestation, you may be sort of second guessing. So your belief is going to be growing over the next couple of years. Just affirm it, okay? And so it shall be done. That's it. It's yours. It's already yours. You're just catching up to that timeline, girl. Okay? That part. Hey, Amina. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, my love. We're actually sort of taking donations from the donation list now. So, yeah, I'm actually going to get started with Melody's question. I hope that that was useful for you, BTW Ash 13. Okay, because I know we weren't able to sort of say all good, beautiful, all good, my love. Yeah, Ramina, It's all good. You can tune in next week. Make sure you get in early, okay? Because the list gets closed before I even get on live, okay? So if you do want to get like a free reading, you got to get in bright and early. I'm telling you, beautiful. We've got the regulars who we know what time it is. Melody, hit me with your question, beautiful. What do you want to know? Yes, please, Amina. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Melody. Right. We're going to go with the romance cards and start there because I have a feeling that I'm going to have to unpack this a little bit. Because I don't think he's all the way clear from what I'm sensing already. He's back and forth on his feelings when it comes to situations. Hey, Jasmine. Yes, you can. Bixby, let's not play this game tonight. We're not doing any monitoring. I'm just doing readings. Thank you. That part. Okay? Right. I'm telling you. Bixby's so nosy. My monitor's like, what are you doing? Do I need to report this to the officials? No, you don't need to report anything to the officials and the powers that be. Okay, I'm not doing anything. I'm just doing God's work. Right. Okay. So, Melody's question. Let me get that back up. Right. Bixby distracted me, Melody. Sorry, beautiful. Yanis's feelings. Okay, guys. So I know that there's like it's a whole thing, right? Because I can already sense that you guys are going to have to like help me unpack this because it's layered, like it is loaded. But for the most part, give me the basics and we'll unpack it. What's Yanis's feelings towards Melody at the minute? As clearly as you can, please. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay, interesting. Oh, okay. So, right. This is the dynamics of the situation as far as like, I guess, his internal dialogue in terms of what he's kind of like navigating through. Tasty one, 2000. I love that. Hey, how you doing? How are you doing, beautiful? So this is a situation to sort of like clarify for you. I do think that they have concerns in terms of like where you guys may share different, I wouldn't say religious beliefs, because that's the way that the cards have kind of like put it across. And when I say religious beliefs, it's not even a case of like religion per se. It's just more a case of like not necessarily having an understanding to really, I guess, understand that. How can I put it? To understand the similarities that you guys actually share, because you guys both believe in the one God. It's just more a case of like the way in which you guys engage in your experience of that situation, right? So I think that those are some of the things that maybe kind of like it causes him to kind of like do this quite a bit, right? It causes him to do a little bit of push and pull, kind of not necessarily like making the feelings all the way clear a lot of the times, but they're at the place where they're kind of like getting to know you and they're learning a little bit more about you. And as they learn more about you, like they're kind of, I guess their heart opens to you. They get pulled in. They can't help it. As far as like your charm and your charismatic nature, right? So that's something that they're kind of like still a little bit like, they're a little bit dubious though. I'm going to put it like this. They're still a little bit dubious because they don't know necessarily whether they can be optimistic about where you guys are with the situation. Like, what's the dynamics with you guys at the minute in terms of the situation? Because the optimism seems to be a little bit, they're not like skeptical, but they're not all the way optimistic about the situation in terms of how things are going to pan out with you as well. It's kind of like they're playing a little bit of a waiting game, to kind of like decide how to be able to kind of like really express their feelings or show their feelings towards you. So what's the dynamics, I guess, between you guys at the minute, just so that we can sort of like fully clarify a little bit more of what's going on? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, thank you. Because this is the thing as well. This may make sense as far as like why they're not optimistic, I guess, about the situation. And I think that they're still kind of playing a little bit of a waiting game. They're hoping that there's maybe room for you guys to be able to kind of like express your love, if you will, express your love in terms of the connection. I think that they're kind of at this place as well. Sorry, I'm going to like dive into it and unpack it a little bit more. Give me some insight as well, guys. Like, what's going on during this waiting period for them? What's going on, like, on a mental level? Like, what's their thought process during this waiting period that they're navigating through? Sorry, tasty one. The list is closed for tonight. The free list is closed. We're only sort of taking donations for the rest of the night. Okay. So it's a whole situation. So I'm going to unpack the cards for you, beautiful, because I figured that there was a lot going on with the situation. So let me just unpack it for you, and then I will update you once I have got full clarity on the cards. All right, let me, because there's so much. I might need to get a bigger table, y'all. I asked the guys recently, like, do you guys think I need a bigger table? Because eventually, like, all these cards with like some of these things that you guys have to like relay to me, it's hard to like find the space. But no, we're gonna work with what we've got for now. We're gonna work with what we've got for now and make it work for us, right? Okay, so interesting. Let me just sit and receive it, right? Because I want to get a little bit more of an understanding in terms of his thought process at the minute. So let me receive the download on this, and then I can process it and feed it back to you. Okay. Okay. Mm. 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 Yeah. Okay. 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 So this is the situation in terms of his thought process, in terms of like whilst he's in this waiting period, it's like he's kind of like navigating through the delays of the situation, the indecision. I feel like he's kind of like, okay, her action's this, but maybe that's not really the end of the situation type thing. So he's kind of like going through that contemplation of, is the action final? Does the action mean that everything is definitively finished, completely kaput, right? Because he's still a little bit, I guess, stuck in the past in terms of not necessarily being at that place where he's kind of like ready to let go per se. And he's still processing a lot of that emotionally on the emotional plane of himself. So his thought process on the situation is that he's navigating through quite some shadows on this situation. Like, I think he probably thought that things were going to be going a certain type of way. And was it like an abrupt sort of ending when you decide to stop reaching out a couple of months ago? Was there like a discussion? Because I think for the most part, like, Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm seeing with the situation is almost like he's at that place. Oh, wow. So there's a lot of things that hasn't necessarily been said for him that's still on his heart with the situation, right? And I think that he feels as though um, a lot of those things that have been left unsaid is kind of like it's put him in a position where he's lacked a little bit of focus. So he's not like, I wouldn't say that he's not completely present. So in his subconscious, he's like constantly like, I guess, thinking about things to do with the situation when it comes to pondering on, you know, how things are going to sort of like play out. Is this really sort of like the end of the situation ultimately? Um, and for the most part, where he's at right now, there's a lot of shadows being triggered by the situation of the fear of the unknown, not necessarily knowing how things are going to be playing out per se. I think he's kind of like at this point where he feels like, oh, if I get an opportunity, I guess moving forward, I'm definitely determined to kind of like show up differently, and do things differently, and maybe kind of like meet you in a different place within himself, because I think he kind of feels as though you are potentially right to kind of like stop with the interaction and stop with the connection or disconnect from the connection. And I think it's one of those situations where moving forward, I've reached out to him nearly every day for 3 years. So I decided to stop this year. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's one of those situations where he's kind of like at a place where he's just kind of like, when the situation actually sort of like pans out, I'm going to say this to you. I think that when you guys kind of like detached or disconnected initially, there was more to the story then. There was more to the story then. I don't think it was just a case of, um, you know, I think that there was some betrayal involved, basically, is the best way that I can put it. And I think that that's why he can't necessarily give you anything with the situation, beautiful. I don't want to say that he's a dog. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. I will say that he may have some dog like tendencies and behaviors that God may have been protecting you from. I think that for him, he's not necessarily. I just have to call it what it is because that's how they're giving it to me, right? They're just like, he's a little bit of a dog. Just in terms of the way that he can be a little bit ravenous and like basically just take complete disregard for other people's you know, feelings in terms of certain situations. But I think he's kind of like determined moving forward to be able to kind of like do things differently. And I don't think that he has any intention, if you will. I believe that when you guys disconnected the first time round, there may have been someone else in the picture, and that situation may still be lingering or it's still playing out, if you will. And that's really where his focus is at. That's really where his focus is at. I don't necessarily think that, yeah, yeah. That's where his focus is at. I don't think that him coming back into the space, like right now, there's nothing that he can give you. He's still that dog. I don't know how else to put it. Like he's still that dog. I'm like getting so many like dog depictions. They're playing out so many different like variants of that in my mind. But yeah, he's still navigating through that situation with said individual, I guess. So yeah. Um, I don't think you guys are for each other, right? I'll put it like that. I don't think you guys are for each other. I think that God protected you from that space potentially. Um, and I guess God saved you from you having to make a bad decision that could potentially hurt you very deeply further down the line, because this is somebody that I guess God saw that you were basically attaching to this person. And I want to say it was in an unhealthy way. And why I say that it was in an unhealthy way is because they were showing me that there were so many red flags before even sort of like deciding to kind of like let this person into your heart space. And it's almost like God was showing you that this person wasn't necessarily worthy of your love because you guys didn't share the same values. And you continue to kind of like overlook some of these behaviors. And God was like, right, I'm just going to show her the dog. I'm just going to show her the dog and save her from the dog, because she's going to potentially make a decision. Like, this is one of my best light workers here, in the sense of like you have a tendency to see the best in people, but he needs for you not to be tainted by the experience of that person, right? And God saved you from making a poor decision. That's the best way that I can put it to you, beautiful. God, the angels, your guides, they saved you from making a poor decision, because that person isn't even good to the person that they're with now. And what I mean by that is that, they're better to some degree, right? They're better to some degree in the sense that obviously they're not necessarily engaging in communication with yourself whilst they're kind of like navigating through this situation. But at the same time, it's almost like they're still very self-serving. Like, the relationship is very much about them and their needs. And don't get me wrong, the person that they're with as well, they're able to kind of give and pour into that person as well. But I think the relationship is more 60-40 in their favor, basically, is what God's showing me. And if it was somebody like yourself who may be a little bit more lenient towards certain behavioral traits and patterns, that relationship dynamic would have potentially been an 80, maybe 85-15, in terms of like in their favor, in terms of the way that things would be going. And God don't need you to be exerting your energy in that way. God needs you for other stuff. So yeah, he's not necessarily optimistic about anything per se going on in this space. I think it's one of those situations where if things were to play out, he would be determined to do things differently, because I guess he knows that he can't necessarily keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, basically. But for the most part, he has no intentions of actually sort of like re-engaging or recommitting to the space in any way. He's just kind of like avoiding conflict at all costs. And he's kind of like, I guess, open to change. That's the best way that I can put it. He's open to the change of not necessarily being or interacting with you, and maybe having his life play out with someone else. Okay. I'm sorry that, things kind of like played out the way that it has done. But again, God did you a favor. Trust me. He did. Somebody with a heart like yours deserves to be in a relationship where it's at least a 50-50, maybe even a 55-45. Okay. At the least. Okay. And you deserve that, because you will give so much to the right partner, that God needs for you to be able to kind of like be in a position where the right partner will be able to pour into you just as much as you be pouring into them. Okay. Right. I hope that that was useful for you, though, beautiful. Thank you so much for stopping into the space and sharing with us, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, beautiful. Right. Who have we got next? I think we've got Miss Green next, right? Let me we've got Miss Green next. Miss Green, are you in the building? Oh, that's what I like to see, man. Look at you. Good and ready. Thank you, beautiful. Yes. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so Miss Green, I'm feeling anxious, and this hasn't happened in months. May I have Ricky's energy to? Oh, let me go to the energy deck. Let me go to the energy deck for that, because we won't get clarity on the energy. Let's see. Sorry, I was wondering whether or not I was going to be able to sort of like, if I needed to bring it out straight off the bat when I was like unpacking the decks. And the guys were like, you'll see. We'll have to sort of check that. So, oh, my YouTube account, you're quite a way on the list. I can't lie. I'm not gonna lie. You're quite a way. If you are needing to kind of like check out of this space, you might want to maybe leave your question or something. But you're quite away. You're quite away on the list. I hope that made sense, but I know what I meant. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay. So Miss Green wants to know about Ricky's energy towards her. Okay, Samantha, don't worry, girl. I got you. I'm gonna do a general for you when I get round to you. Don't worry. Miss Green wants to know what's Ricky's energy towards her at the minute. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That's what's up. Definitely. We definitely have her. We've got Amina. Okay, clarify this for me then. Put this into context, guys. What does this mean? Put it into context for me, guys. Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. Okay. 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 So, what I'm seeing in terms of the situation, in terms of their energy towards you on the situation, it seems as though they're kind of in a place where they're almost, I guess, I want to say practicing their independence. I want to say practicing their independence. And they're kind of like looking, it's almost like the grass is greener syndrome. That's the best way that I can put it. The grass is greener syndrome is what they're kind of like navigating through at the minute. So the anxiety that you're feeling, that's interesting. What's the dynamic between you and Ricky at the minute? Because what I'm seeing with the situation is that there's definitely a lack of motivation that they're kind of like navigating through with the situation between you guys. And it's almost like they're having to kind of like, they're on the battlefield fighting, I guess, that lack of motivation to kind of like do the right thing or I guess, show up in a certain sort of way. I think, they're dealing with the grass is greener syndrome, beautiful. Like I said, they're dealing with the grass is greener syndrome. What do you guys sort of like advise for Miss Green in terms of like navigating through this situation? Because they're making it very clear to me, like this person is basically navigating through like just looking at. Okay. Thank you. The guide said don't it's so funny because like I want to give you guys like the direct response in terms of like what they say, but as in looking at other options, potentially yes, as in looking at other options. They're navigating through the grass is greener syndrome, so I think it's one of those situations where they may be looking, I guess, at other prospects, if you will. When you guys separated, was there an agreement that you guys were going to separate and actually continue to work on the relationship? Or was it just one of those situations where you're breaking up as opposed to being on a break? What was the dynamics with this situation? Because I guess they're sort of saying with the situation that you guys are navigating through, there's some things that are, I guess, are going through the process of being reconsidered. But yeah, what was the basis when you guys actually sort of split up? Did you guys agree to continue to try and work on the relationship? No, I wanted more, so we separated. Yeah, they said, listen, they said it best, girl. So I'm gonna show you what they done said. They said, okay, so basically, it's like one of those situations where it's like don't necessarily reconsider the no per se, because again, it's one of those situations where you've made the right decision. This situation isn't going to bring you to the gates of abundance that you're looking for, where you can pretty much kind of like be content with that situation. You would constantly be in a position where you're feeling, I guess, you're feeling uneasy about the situation, but you may be sort of like getting the anxiety because they're sort of like out there and they're seeing that, you were a certain caliber, I guess, of woman in comparison to maybe some of what is on offer at the minute. Um, and I guess they're kind of, this is always tricky with the grass is greener syndrome, because the grass is never really greener. Okay. It just looks that way because you're from a distance. Okay. And like, if you squint and you really zoom all the way in, you'll see that the grass is actually like gray. Maybe at the best, like sun tinted with like some brown, because the grass is never really greener. It's all about like watering your own grass and sort of like nurturing it. Communication was open last week, but ended there. Yes. Okay. Good for you. Okay. Good for you. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay. Like I just said, he went out there, saw that, the options were few and far between in terms of the caliber of women. And then it was a case of, okay, it's not necessarily what I thought it was. Maybe I can sort of like give this a go, type thing. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna like go back again and final, like what do you guys sort of like advise then? If it's a solid no, what do you guys advise to do? Okay, thank you. I messaged him, but I wanted to drive it. What do you mean when you say you wanted to drive it? You messaged him, but you wanted to drive it. Okay, the conversation. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. This is a tricky situation, right? Because I don't feel like this person is, how can I put it? What you're hoping that they're going to be able to give is not what they have to give. Like, it's just one of those situations that's just not giving. That's the best way that I can put it. And the question that I have to ask to you is, do you have the grace of patience to pay to this person's case, basically? Because they're not necessarily at the place where they are ready to commit per se just yet. I feel like they're more sort of like coasting. That's where they're at in terms of like relationship class. They're just kind of like coasting, see what happens. It's more of a sort of like a casual thing. I think he's probably at a place where it's like, how can I put it? He's at a place where it's almost like he's trying to, I guess, see how much he can get away with type thing in terms of like testing boundaries. That's the best way that I can put it. Because you know that you guys don't necessarily want the same thing. And when I say you guys don't want the same thing, it's not that you guys don't want the same thing, because I think eventually he has those desires as well, just not right now type thing. And I think that that's where the whole question of whether or not you want to pay grace to the situation, the grace of patience, which means your time, which means committing yourself into the space. Yeah. Was there anything to do with like jealousy involved with the situation as well? Can you answer me that question? Were you guys like navigating through that class as well? Answer me that one. Oh, jealousy. Jealousy, beautiful. Were you guys sort of like navigating through like just feelings of like I guess unrested spirit. That's the best way that I can put it, because that's what jealousy is, like an unrested spirit. Like, was that something that you guys were sort of like navigating through, sort of even when you guys were in the space? Because I feel like basically that's something that he is concerned about in this space. Basically, he's concerned because he's potentially looking at other options as well. Oh yeah, I suspected something, but I didn't bring it up to him. Yeah, don't worry, your intuition was right. You don't have to question yourself, and you didn't need for him to confirm. Like your body is the intuitive. Like it picks up on energy. It reads the room basically. So your avatar was basically like, something's off here, and you weren't wrong. I think that that's really why he's not as engaging, I guess, into this space, because he does have options, I guess, that he's kind of like navigating through at the minute in terms of trying to decide. I do think that he realizes that you are a caliber of woman that is, I guess, on a different level in comparison to some of the stuff that he's looked at before. But I think, how can I put it? I think it's one of those things where those types of the type of women that he's kind of like engaging with now serve where he's at right now, if that makes sense. It serves his desire for just like a casual interaction, with no direct commitment to a situation, because he doesn't have it to give right now per se. um, he's still kind of like navigating through identifying what it is that he really wants per se. I guess the guys are advising that, you know, the best sort of like option to take with the situation is to kind of like let go and let God. You know, you have to decide whether or not you have the time or patience to give to this situation, because obviously the more time that you feed into the space there, um, it basically, your heart is connected into that space, and then it doesn't free up any space for any other romantic connections, right? And then you kind of like linger in that space. I don't want to say wasting time, but that's ultimately what it feels like when this person doesn't necessarily have the same values as you when it comes to relationship dynamics, right? Um, so it's one of those things where you're going to have to just kind of like, I guess, accept where you guys are with the situation, accept defeat, if you will, with the situation, because yeah, it is a little bit. It is a little bit like a waste of time, because it's going to take them some time to actually optimize to that point where they are actually willing to commit, because there's other people that are okay, I guess, to be lenient with their inability to commit right now. And that's something that I guess is working in their favor. So they don't have to if they don't want to, but they are sort of thinking, when they get to that place of committing, you are a certain caliber of woman that I guess they would ideally like to be able to commit to, but they're just not at that place yet where they're ready to like fully be able to like really commit and be like monogamous, right? Um, so yeah, are you okay to sort of like let go and let God with the situation? Just kind of like let go and let that situation just kind of like play out however it needs to. I don't think that he is in a place where he can give you what you need, right now. Right. It's so interesting because I'm going to say a lot of females, not all, but a lot of females are sort of like, um, we're raised, I guess, to be in the mindset or the perspective of a monogamous relationship, whereas a lot of men, their perspective on monogamy, is that it's in the favor of the female, um, and where this polygamy lifestyle is obviously developing, within the collective at the minute, it is creating a space, where that is an option for a lot of people. Yes, definitely a struggle. Is contact going to happen? Because I know that would set me back, but I got to be stronger than that. You do have to be stronger than that, girl. You do have to be stronger than that. There is going to be communication, yeah. there may be communication as well when you least expect it, because like I said, it's almost like keeping you in backup. That's the best way that I can put it, because that's ultimately the plan. It's almost like I'm sort of sowing my royal oats, if you will. I'm playing the field, getting a new understanding of myself, getting a new perspective of what it is that I want, type thing. And this is like his thought process, BTW. And whilst he's kind of like going through the process of that, he ultimately knows that if he wanted to commit, you would be the type of person that he would like to commit to. It's just that he's not at that place yet where he's willing to commit. So you then have to make the decision, what you want, and also I'll say this much to you, right? Because everybody has their different tolerance levels. Everybody have their different capacity for what they can and cannot tolerate. If you can tolerate their ability to basically be inappropriate with other people, then cool, more power to you. But the reality is that's where they're at right now. They're not necessarily at a place where they can give to you what it is that you want right now, because they're not there yet. Yeah, definitely can't tolerate it because it's nasty, girl. You and me both. Okay. But yes, I think just make the decision then. Just make that decision. And like, one of the things that you have to kind of like do within yourself as well is to kind of like accept that, you're making this decision, actually accept that you're making this decision, and consciously make the decision as well to sort of like disconnect and kind of like call back your energy from this person. Because if they do have your energy, it will be easy for them to step into the space and manipulate you with their own agenda. And it will easily find you back into a situation where you're constantly pondering, do they or don't they? Do they want this? Don't they want this? Are we on the same page? And it is going to be frustrating eventually. The reality is, no, they don't want it. Tarot Destroyer, I do actually have a job. This is my assignment, okay? And FYI, the powers that be gave you jobs to keep you distracted from purpose, okay? That part. But thank you for showing back up tonight. We love you. You're becoming a regular in our space. How about that? Anywho, so yeah, with the situation that you're navigating through, you just kind of have to get used to the idea that this is where you're at with the situation with this individual, and you're just going to have to be stronger than your desire, I guess, to be able to kind of like reintegrate into that space, because they're not going to give you what it is that you're looking for. Unfortunately, they're not there. And if you don't have the capacity or the tolerance to wait out the time that it's going to take for them to be there, you might as well free yourself, okay, and allow yourself the possibility to be able to sort of like heal from that space whilst you continue to kind of like align with the right person that is going to be able to kind of, I guess, meet your needs as well and share the same values as you. Okay. But that's pretty much it, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you. Okay. Don't worry. Like, this is a whole thing that's being developed in the collective at the minute. We're trying to, this is the thing with polygamy, right? And I think that men have like such a weird concept of polygamy, because even like in the old days when polygamy was a thing, it wasn't a case of, oh, I'm just going to have like however many like women on the go all at once or whatever. It was also like giving those females the opportunity to make a decision as well, whether they wanted to be in those times, kind of like how Nick Cannon's doing, but technically he's actually feeding a lot of the women that Nick Cannon actually goes for, which they don't seem to get themselves. These women are actually broken women that have been broken by their previous monogamous relationship that hasn't necessarily worked the way that they thought that it would. And now they're aligning with Nick Cannon because I guess they don't necessarily feel like monogamy is their thing anymore, because they're still navigating through the scarring of like those relationships not necessarily working out. But this is literally just demon feeding off demon. Both demons are feeding off demons, and they're bringing in demon spirits in the process, for lack of a better way of putting it. I'm sorry. I just have to call it what it is, man. It's just what it is. Okay. But yeah, you're doing yourself a favor by just freeing yourself up, and giving yourself, the room to be able to make the decision to kind of like align to somebody that wants the things that you want for yourself as well. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Okay. What have we got? What have we got? Samantha wants a general reading. Yeah, we got trolls in the chat, Ariana. We got trolls in the chat. But they're becoming regulars. Like, they might as well subscribe, girl. I don't know why they like keep coming in here. Like, they feel like they're gonna get. They used to, like, when they would project initially, it used to get like a little bit of a, like, it would like spike my anxiety and ish. Now I'm just like, please, okay. The devil sent you. Tell him that he done met the wrong one. Okay, I don't care. I don't. I'm just in here doing God's work, okay? And ain't nothing that the devil's gonna do to get me out of here. They coming in, and at least, I guess they're coming in to watch the show, right? It's cool. It is what it is. Right. Samantha, we have a general reading for you, beautiful. Right? We've got general reading, yes. Awesome. Oh, thank you, Miss Green. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Okay. Okay. We're not doing too bad. We're back to the free list. We've got Samantha, Pearl, Chaley, Rika, Kayla, my YouTube account, Lily, and Ariona. And then that is it. Your girl's off duty. I'm actually going to have my nephews for the weekend as well. I'm doing the most tomorrow as well. That's why I'm so glad that I could come into this space and stop in with you guys today. So yeah, let's dive into it. General reading for Samantha, please, guys. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I won't move it. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. And what do you guys need her to know as she's navigating through this space? Oh, interesting. Whenever they come in, it messes up the chat in terms of like what I can see. Oh, hey, Farida. The free list is closed, my love, unfortunately. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Yes, I'm going to be having those Listen, I love hanging out with my nephews. They give me so much jokes. They're also like good training for me, I guess, to be able to sort of like practice. And I always like to sort of like give their parents a little bit of a break, I guess, because I see how difficult parenting is. Like when I have them for like the weekends and stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, like I'm so glad I get to give them back. Then I think about their parents, obviously, and they have them like all the time. So I always like to give them a little bit of a downtime so that they can have a little bit of a break as well. But I'm looking forward to it. It's my other nephew's birthday as well. They're always like super excited. Whenever I step in, they're like, oh my God, Auntie Kiva, yay. I get a whole cheer and everything. I'm like, oh my God, go you guys. Because I'm just as childlike as them for the most part. Like I'm genuinely interested in the stuff that they've got going on when they're like playing their games, or if they want me to look at something, like I'm genuinely invested as well. So it's always interesting. But I'm looking forward to that. I'm also meeting up with a couple of old friends as well. Tomorrow is the new moon, so I'm doing my meditation with my homegirl Charlotte. So we're going to be meeting up. She's like fresh back from Jamaica as well. She's been there for a minute, to be fair. So I'm going to go and check in with her. So it's going to be a busy weekend, y'all. Busy weekend. I told you guys last week that I was like trying to get my cute on and get my hair done. We'll have to try again like next weekend, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not in any like rush at this point. This took me like 8 hours to do, y'all. So I'm not in any rush to take this out and redo it, that part. But it's been holding me down for the most part. Clarify. Thank you. Clarify. Okay. Great stuff. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. 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 Interesting. So funny because I'm so hot everywhere, but my hands are like freezing. Right. So let me see what I can see on the actual chat because. Okay. So what they're showing me as far as like the general for you, beautiful, is that you're kind of like going through this. I want to say you're kind of like going through this process of, how can I put it? You're kind of finding the balance between despair and hope, basically, right? You're navigating through this dynamic where you're almost hopeless in terms of like the dynamics that you're dealing with in romance class. And I have to say romance class because we've got the lovers card here. But what you're navigating through is like it's a big transition for you because it's a major arcana. So this is a major growth process for you. You're not all the way there in terms of like this spiritual renewal that you're kind of like navigating through at the minute. And what they need you to know is that obviously you've kind of like disconnected. You've disconnected from a particular person. Was there a marriage or a union that was disconnected? This is for Samantha, by the way. Was there a marriage that was okay? They're saying not necessarily like a legal marriage per se, but like just the actual like engagement of a committed or what looked like a commitment at the time. This is for you, Samantha, because they're speaking to me basically about, I know you wanted a general, but this is a thing that they're speaking to me about at the minute. They're speaking to me about a romantic situation, basically, that may be causing some hopelessness. Okay. See, when they come in and they do that stuff like these trolls, then it throws the chat off, and I have to then scroll up and down to be able to see like you guys' chats. But I will not be defeated. Trust me. Parenting is quite the task, Mina. Honestly, like every time I take my nephews back, I'm always like, oh my God, I've got like a newfound level of respect for you guys because it's hard. Like you literally have no time for like self. Like all of your time is basically like for somebody else because that's just the way that it is. I think I'm still navigating through my selfish class. I think that, and when I say that, it's not even just that. It's also like with my silence because there's a certain type of mum that I want to be per se in terms of like just making sure that like I'm available emotionally, mentally, and also like physically with my time. And it's just one of those things where with all the assignments that I've got going on, it's a little bit of a challenge. But back to your situation, Samantha, they're basically letting me know that the situation that you're navigating through right now, you're at a crossroads. It's a path that you're crossing. This is just a temporary situation. It's not going to be like a forever situation. The next 4 months for you guys is going to be crucial, or the next 4 months for you with the situation is going to be crucial. I think 4 months from now, you may be at a better place with the situation, but right now you're navigating through the shadows of it all, right? You're navigating through the shadows of it all when it comes to the situation and you feeling a little bit overwhelmed, you feeling like you need to be sort of like, in that place where you're a little bit frustrated by all of this pressure. I feel like it's pressure. Like there's all of these things and responsibilities that have been left on you type thing. That's the best way that I can put it. And sometimes there is a little bit of frustration for the like overwhelming aspects of the situation, right? And it's almost like the circumstances that you're navigating through, it is going to leave you feeling a little bit emotionally, how can I put it, emotionally insecure, right? And that's cool, right? That's cool. It might be a good time during this new moon to maybe plant some seeds of intentions about some of the things that you're navigating through right now, some of the things that you feel basically imprisoned by, some of the circumstances that leaves you feeling a little bit tied up, basically, when it comes to the situation. Yeah, they want you to know that you are going to be navigating through some of these insecurities being triggered, but they have to come to surface so that they can bleed out almost. It's like, how can I put it? It's like getting the toxins out of your body type thing. It's purging the toxins out of your body. So the next 4 months is going to be crucial for you in terms of the space that you're navigating through mentally and emotionally, because I can see like mentally you're plagued with a lot of overwhelming thoughts based on a lot of these responsibilities that you've been plagued with, right? And emotionally, it's going to leave some insecurities because you're going to be questioning, do I have it all together? Am I doing a good job? What is it that I need to be doing more or less of? You kind of probably sometimes as well have like a little bit of negative self-talk in terms of how great you're actually doing. And that's the whole point of you being able to navigate through the next 4 months, to be able to optimize on that so that you can, I guess, learn how to sort of like cheerlead for yourself a little bit better as well, because you're good at like, motivating others and basically pouring into others in ways. Whereas for yourself, you tend to be a little bit hard on yourself. And I think that God's giving you the opportunity to kind of like look at the ways that you limit yourself in terms of the way that you deal and engage with yourself, right? What do you guys advise then for Samantha as she navigates through the next 4 months? Okay. Okay. So what they're saying is that you do need to get more information. There are some compromises that does need to be made. So you may be like taking on too much, and they're saying that this whole class for you going through like these insecurities being triggered is kind of teaching you as well when to ask for help, like where you can ask for help in those places rather than continuing to kind of like overexert your energy to the point where you're being pulled from pillar to post, because they're showing me like you're trying to juggle this and you're trying to juggle that, and you literally do not have the capacity for everything. But because you feel like you've had to take on all of these things, you do have I guess people that are a good source of support for you. So it's a case of figuring out how to utilize them. Okay. But you will be getting more information on the areas that you can compromise over the actual next few months. And it's just a case of like utilizing your network. It's a case of utilizing your network around you. And as you navigate through this, my love, within the space of like 4 months from now, then you will actually be at the end of this path of the spiritual renewal that you're going through, where you'll be in a much better position in terms of your emotional security, and you'll be able to kind of like be in a little bit more of a calm state of being. Okay. But yeah, the next 4 months are crucial. Just do your best, and that's all you can do. Okay. Anything else is the ideal, and unfortunately here we're working with the realistic, which works a certain type of way. So just be patient with yourself and be gentle with yourself, and watch your negative self-talk in the process of the next 4 months, because God's trying to kind of like help you to not beat yourself up so much, so that you can actually, I guess, make room to see how great you are actually doing, so that you can continue to manifest more of that greatness along your path, because a negative self-talk is creating more of the negativity that you don't want to see. And God doesn't want that for you, but he has to show you exactly where you're actually doing those things so that he can help you to work on them. Okay. And the angels, trust me, they chatty. Okay. They'll be able to kind of like highlight to you. You just have to be vigilant, not hyper vigilant, but just vigilant enough. Just be conscious, as you're navigating through the process. When you find yourself going through the process of the negative self talk, just kind of like see where you can be sort of like finding the positives in the situation, to be able to kind of like channel your energy and focus differently. Okay. So yeah, that's it. I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Hey, Chaley girl. Nice to have you in the space, beautiful. Oh, look at you. You just got off work. How was work? How was your first week? How was that? Let us know, beautiful. How's that been going for you? How do you like the job? How do you like the work environment? How do you like the space? Let us know. Let us know. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, Samantha. All good, beautiful. Hey, Katie. Hope you good, beautiful. I hope you are good. Who do we have next? Oh, we've got Pearl. Is Pearl in the building? Do we have Pearl in the building? How are you doing, Katie? How's everything going for you? All good, Samantha. Thank you, beautiful, for stopping into the space. I appreciate you. Oh. Oh, thanks. I'm having a hard time. I'm sick of being sad. I'm sick of hurting. I'm sick of keeping my hopes up for things to get better when they just don't. I'm sick of feeling so alone. I'm sick of this place. No, beautiful. Gonna sprinkle some of that good little fairy sprinkle over there. Honestly, I get you on like all of these sicknesses. I get you on all of these sicknesses. Um, I think even for myself, like I am so exhausted with actually like being a good person in this place that sometimes it's super exhausting. But what can you do? You know, it's one of those things where I guess, see, this is the thing, man. I was going to miss all of this good stuff, man. Look at that. Now the chat is, I'm having to scroll up to kind of like really see if I've missed anything. Okay. Yeah, no, I get you, man. I get you, beautiful. I guess it's just one of those situations where we just kind of have to ride the wave. Unfortunately, like it does kind of, I guess, play on my human as well. Sometimes I tell you, my human quit at least like once a week. I would say once a month, but that's not true. At least once a week, maybe. Depending on the week that I've had. If I haven't done it within a week, it might just happen within 10 to 12 days. And I'm just like, right, I quit. I'm not doing this anymore. Being a good person sucks. And I'm just like, this is my heart. This is just who I am. Like, literally, this is just who I am. So I can't actually be anybody else. But I hear you on just the exhaustion of actually being a good person in such a negative environment, because this place is just kind of like set a certain way. I honestly feel like I'm just not meant to be loved. No, beautiful. Not at all. Not at all. Hi, Zareen. The list is closed, unfortunately. Free list is closed. Donation list only, my love, unfortunately. So it's up to you. Yeah, I don't think Pearl's here by the looks of it, actually. Is the list reopening? I'm so oh god. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat because the thing got tricky once the trolls came in and left. But yeah. So yeah, you can squeeze Katie in. That's fine because I think Pearl's not here. And Katie's a regular. So we'll definitely sort of like get her in on the list. Mango. Love mango, one of my favorite fruits. But unfortunately, the free list is closed. So I just kind of like asked Mina to add Katie to the list. Katie is now taking Pearl's place, not necessarily her position in the list, but her place, I guess, on the list. So that gets us back to our 10, and then we had our extra already. So unfortunately, it's a no. I wouldn't be able to sort of answer the question on that one. Free list is actually closed, and the donation list is open now. Hey, my YouTube account, glad to have you back. Okay, so hold on, let me unpin this original list and repin the new list. Unpin, and then let me repin the new list. Okay. Okay. So yeah, the free list is closed, Irene, for tonight. Donation list only. Try and stop in next week. I can't guarantee that you'll make the free list, unfortunately, because it gets like it's done before I even get into the actual like live. Okay, so if you're gonna get here, you'd probably have to get here from like when I actually post the notification that I'm gonna go live. So yeah. What's your question, Shaylee? What is your question, beautiful? Let's do that. I'm getting tired, guys. It's a good job we've only got a few more to go. How many have we got? We're going to do Chaylee. We've got Rika, Kayla, my YouTube account, Lily, Ariona, and don't we have Katie on the list now as well? Okay, I pinned the wrong list. My bad. Oh, what's going on with the chat, man? I don't know. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let me unpin that. Oh, good. Good to know that you're here, Rika. Okay. Because I was thinking, okay, what are we doing? Let me see Chaylee's question if she's posted that in the chat. Okay. Let's see. Okay. See what messages Spirit has. Oh, good. Beautiful. How was my week? My week was busy with adulting. Do you know what? I would love to just like stay a kid. Like I just feel like life is so much easier. Like the grown-ups are basically responsible for the things that you want to manifest. You know, they take you to the places that you want to go, potentially, depending on what kind of grown-up they are, if you're actually like a part of their care bubble, you know. I was just thinking all week, like, I so want to go back to just being a kid because life was just so much easier then. There was a lot less responsibilities, and any responsibilities that I had was basically like for the adults to sort out. So yeah, that part. But yes, I'm gonna do a general for you then, Shaylee. Why are you feeling like you're not meant to be loved? What's that about? Talk to me about that. Like, I'm gonna pull some cards. Don't worry. Like, I'm definitely gonna pull the cards and have a look and see like how things are going to be unfolding. But that's interesting. Adulting is freaking hard, man. Like, God. Even like, because my sister's now 18. She's got her little job. She's doing her little part-time job. She's doing like her college thing. And like, she's even learning like, whoa, adulting is like tough. You actually have to make like decisions, and you have to make good decisions. Otherwise, you like get the consequences of those decisions that aren't necessarily like in your favor. So it's definitely a challenge. Definitely a challenge. Sorry, guys, I feel a little bit peckish. I feel a little bit peckish. I feel a little bit hungry. I'm gonna go and grab maybe an apple or something from the kitchen, if that's okay. I will. I'm gonna pull some cards first for Chaley, and then we will dive back into the list. Okay, yeah, because we're gonna have like 6 people to go through. I might grab me an apple and some snacks because I'm feeling a little bit peckish. I chose to take a nap instead of like cooking dinner after work because I was just so exhausted. I was like, look, I can eat later. I'll eat after the live. I was like, I'm so exhausted. I just need to like, and I even set a timer and everything. I was like, I think I set a timer for around about, I got about maybe an hour and 20 minutes for the nap. Just about. I think I probably like maybe got around about an actual hour because it probably took me like 20 minutes to get into like a really deep stage 3 sleep where I was like passed out. Like, I'm not here at all. I'm like completely wherever my astral body is, right? So yeah. But yes, we are going to dive into it for you, Chaley. Don't worry. I'm having to check the chat like time and time again and scroll up and down because I don't know if I'm missing anything. I am going to get some snacks, definitely. How old am I? Your energy is, I am 32. Oh, it's my birthday soon, guys. It's my 33rd cycle. It's my 33rd cycle. So I'm literally wrapping up a lot of my assignments. A lot of my generational patterns are ending during that cycle. I've like literally cleaned up so much at the back end of my 20s. Now, like in my 30s, I see that there's a lot of things clearing out. My birthday is the 21st of Feb. Obviously, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be in Jamaica. So you guys we won't have any lies, I guess, because I don't know what the Wi-Fi connection is going to be like over there. So I wouldn't even want to chance it, I guess. But we might do. We'll see what it's like over there once I get down there. If I can get access to a laptop, because I'm not taking my laptop, man. I don't know what may sort of like happen whilst I'm over there. So and I don't think I can go live, I guess, from my phone, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I can go live from my phone. So we just have to like have some downtime for like 2 weeks, and then, we'll take it from there, I guess. But yes, I'm 32, beautiful, almost 33. So we'll see. So Chaley said, my own child, the most important thing in my existence, is going to hate me. I couldn't even have that. Oh, my own child, the most important thing in my existence. Oh, that's so sad, Shaylee. I'm sorry to hear, like, the vibrations have kind of like dipped, I guess, during the process of this week. Trust me, I know, I get it. Trust me, because like I myself have been kind of like, to be fair, it's more so my body has been exhausted because on the mental level, my mind has been fairly like high in terms of like vibrating at a higher frequency. But the exhaustion with my body, that has been real. That has been like super, super real. So I completely understand like how all of those variables as well. And especially like you're navigating through that, the I guess the loss as well. Oh, I'm gonna give you a virtual cuddle, beautiful. Okay, virtual cuddles to you. Right, guys. What is the general reading for Chaley? Let's get some. Oh, I'm hot. I'm hot. I'm hot, guys. Not like just hot, like just a little bit. I'm like actually hot. Yeah, no, but this is the thing. Like, we still have to sort of like grieve, right? We still have to grieve. Oh, wow. That's hard to do. Oh, wow, Mina, we are the same age. Oh, that's what's up. I love that. Look at that. Soul Tribe. That's what's up. Okay, so you're still navigating through the grieving process, Shaylee, of like, I guess, that is so hard. That is so hard. Why'd he just kind of like take him? Why did he take him and just run off? And are you not able to get any sort of like custodial rights, or what's the situation? Obviously, first you have to kind of like locate where he is first, right? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful. That's like a lot to navigate through, man. And I get why like some of this stuff has like definitely come up for you. Oh, thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. Yes, Mina, definitely breaking a lot of these generational patterns. Definitely. Oh, Chaley, man. Guys, can we get some extra support for Chaley? Seriously. Like, this human thing is really not easy. Morg in the void. Hello. We are well. We are well. Thank you. My mom, she's the most abusive. She talked me into leaving his abusive dad and then called said dad and let him take our child while I was gone. Oh, wow. What a demon. Not your mom, but the spirit moving through her. Wow. Wow. Beautiful. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, that is definitely dreadful. Especially because that's one of the people that is supposed to protect you. You know, that's one of the people that's supposed to protect you, and she just manipulated the situation, unfortunately. I guess obviously the spirits working through her, they're clarifying the spirits working through her, because there are spirits, I guess, attempting to attack you because of your light being as prevalent as it is. Let's dive into it, guys. What's the general reading for Honga Chaley? What's the general reading for her? Yeah. Thank you for sharing as well, beautiful. Like, your vulnerability is always just, you know, it helps as well, because I come into the space and I'm always like just transparent. I try and share. Within sort of like reason as well, because I'm learning that my level of transparency isn't necessarily the same as other people's levels of transparency. So what I may be sharing, thinking that is a part of my story, and me telling the truth of my story, if it involves somebody else, they may not be willing to share said truth. So I hear you, beautiful. Sorry. Right. I'm definitely going to put some prayers out there for you tomorrow on that situation, first thing tomorrow when I wake up, because yeah, that pains my heart, to be honest. That pains my heart. So I can only imagine actually navigating through it, what it's like. What's the general guidance for Chaley, guys? What is the general guidance for Chaley? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm gonna receive the download and then I can, update you guys once I have processed it, and then I can feed it back to you guys. I hear you on that. I hear you on that as well. Definitely. Definitely. That's why I appreciate your transparency, like 100%. Um, oh, yes, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, I'm sure they thought that one would take me out, and it nearly did. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Definitely. Yes, I've learned a lot of people. Yeah, trust me. Ooh. It's one of those situations, man, where things are not necessarily what it seems on surface. And even though like people may look a certain type of way, I'm telling you about like wolves in sheep clothing. My. I'm telling you. If the dad was abusive to you, why was your mom comfortable with letting him take the child if she felt like he was so abusive towards you and she didn't necessarily want you in a relationship with the child, with the father of the child? That's weird. That's full on weird. Like that spirit is like manipulative on another level. That's just weird. Um okay, so what are you guys saying? Sorry, I'm like receiving the general, Shaylee. Mm. You're also sort of like navigating through some deep despair and discouragement as well. Okay, so what they're showing me with the situation, um, hmm, hmm. Sorry, I'm like receiving it. Don't worry. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So what they're showing me with the situation, right, is that I guess you're kind of at the place where you are. It's all water. It's all water energy. It's literally all water energy, and some of this energy is introverted. So it's all about the emotional sort of like plane that you're sort of like navigating through. They're showing me that you're kind of like navigating through, it's not even a path that you're at the minute. It's not like a crossroads type thing. Like this is like a fixed energy for you right now, where you're sort of like fixed in navigating through feelings of despair and hopelessness. um and they're sort of like saying that like your wishes will be fulfilled kind of moving forward, like this disorganization, and just like even financial disarray that you're kind of like navigating through now, and the lack of closure that you're sort of like navigating through in terms of certain emotional channels, like those things will actually be restored. They will be rectified. They will be, normality will be restored to you in due course, is how they're sort of like putting it across to me with the situation. The next 9 months for you are going to be crucial. I want to say that you're being incubated for something in the autumn season. They're showing me sort of like, yeah, they're showing me that you're being incubated, basically. This process, this despair, and everything that you're going through, this discouragement that you're going through at the minute, it's an incubation, and you're kind of like cooking in it, if you will. You're cooking in all of the intensities of all of these emotional triggers as well. Oh God, girl, you're so strong. You're so strong. Do you know that? I don't know if you know exactly how strong, but you're genuinely so strong. What they're saying to me is that it's like you're in this cocoon, essentially, right? You're in this cocoon and you're kind of like navigating. Sorry, I'm like getting comfortable. Let me do this then. You're in this cocoon, right? And you're navigating through the process of life, for lack of a better way of putting it. And um, I guess 9 months, the next 9 months is going to be, it's going to be crucial. It's going to be crucial in terms of this evolution that you're sort of like having. By the 10th month, obviously you're at a different place. You kind of like go through a bit of a peak. You get to a peak of your power, and there's also a little bit of a peak within your career as well, within the next 10 months. Well, the 10 months is when you're going to be able to kind of like see the results of that. Right now you're basically going to be taking the necessary actions towards that place on the journey. And it's almost like they're just sort of like giving me feedback, like, don't worry, we know it's hard, we know how much you've struggled, we know how much you're sort of like going through, we know how much your heart aches and breaks for a lot of the things that you've actually experienced. We understand the sense of loneliness, we get the sense of discouragement when it comes to kind of like trusting people to some degree, because so many others have shown themselves to be so untrustworthy in your experiences, yet you actually still find the right people accordingly, the right people to trust accordingly. Um, they will earn your trust, and you will be able to learn how to be okay with giving your trust to those who have earned it, um, without maybe some of the paranoia, I guess, because that's how they're putting it across me. There may have been some hesitancy with certain situations because of certain past experiences that you've had, and that's kind of like maybe kind of caused a little bit of, even when they're earning the trust, it's like, okay, but you've got to do more, you've got to do more type thing. Um, so yeah, they're kind of just showing me that you're navigating through a whole process of life over the course of the next 10 months. And by the time you get to sort of like autumn season, there's a level of strength that you didn't even know that you have, that you'd sort of come to realization to just see and identify within yourself. And I feel like the universe also reflects that strength back to you in terms of your circumstances as well. Um, they're saying sort of like, it's interesting because you're kind of like in a tunnel at the minute, so everything feels dark. That's the way that they're showing me. They're kind of like, hold on to something, find something to hold on to, because as you're going through this tunnel, it's kind of like a flight. You're taking this flight, but you're taking this flight through a tunnel. It's kind of like a, I want to call it a wormhole, but that's the best way that I can put it. Like, energetically speaking, it would be a bit of a wormhole, and it takes you about 10 months to get onto the other side of this tunnel that you're navigating through. It's a psychological wormhole that's shifting your neurological patterns, they're saying. So just hang tight, hang tight. All hope isn't necessarily lost. You're just navigating through a process where your hopelessness is basically being tested so it can be strengthened. Um, what is the advice for Choli as she kind of navigates through this process then, guys? Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're saying that there is something better, and you're navigating through, I guess, the combative reality of the fact that there is something better. It's like it's hard for you to kind of like accept the possibility maybe that there is something better per se as far as where you are now, just because things seem and feel so bad, but they're saying that there is something better, and there is a good network of people that is going to be able to kind of like assist you in being able to get to that better place where you can sort of like, you know, bask in this peaceful resolution that you very, very much deserve, beautiful, very, very much deserve. So yeah, they're letting you know that you will get your flowers, and it's all going to come in due time. Your mind is going through a upgrade in terms of like a neurological overhaul, and that the process of that is going to see so many new opportunities manifest for you. And even with what you've just discussed with us today in the space, all hope isn't necessarily lost. This is just the now experience they're putting across as well. This is just the now experience, right? So yeah. How old is the child now? If you don't mind me asking, Chaley. Sorry, let me go back into the chat and see if there's been any updates and stuff. You feel incubated, yeah. Oh, I'm appreciative of you guys, man. Oh, it's so good. So good. Okay. Sorry, I'm like going back through the chat because I have to like scroll up. Okay. Kayla's asked to be put last on the list. So did we update the list then? Yes, we did. Okay, so that's cool. Kayla's gone last on the list. Again, I'll unpin that list and then update the new list. Okay, let me unpin it now and then just update the new list. New list. Okay, let's add that. Pin the list. Okay, then we've got Rika, my YouTube account, because I know my YouTube account has been sort of like checking a few times. Okay, and then let me go down and see what else is going on in the chat. Yeah, the incubation's real, man. You're definitely coming out on the other side of this like a whole butterfly, beautiful, a whole butterfly. Okay, don't worry. Yeah. Yeah. How old was the child? How old is the child now, basically? Because you mentioned the child was 2 when they were sort of like taken. Let me see if I'm having to like refresh stuff. Okay, he will be 7 on February 17th. Oh, he's a little Aquarian. Love that. He's an Aquarian Pisces cusp. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, that's what's up. I love that. My nephew's an Aquarian. Love him. He's such a little, like, he's a little nerd. I love it. Liam. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. After Rika, I can't wait to get to my YouTube account and like get their question read. Like they've been like out here in the streets just trying. She isn't done with me. Chill out. That part. My YouTube account's been on that whole like situation. What I'm seeing with the situation, Chaley, with the child as well, there's something that happens for them around about the age of 9 and 3 and 7 months. Sorry, around about the age of 9 and 7 months. Something actually happens to kind of like realign your path with theirs. So things are happening the way that it needs to happen for now. And things will kind of develop as it needs to happen as well later on. Just like keep in mind that your now experience isn't the entire journey, it's just a temporary situation. They're saying when they get to around about 9 and 3 months, something happens that triggers something that then puts you guys somehow back into alignment when they're around about 9 and 7 months. Okay, so that's why I wanted to ask how old they are now, because there's some stuff that's basically kind of like playing out in the space at the minute. And it has to sort of like play out the way that it is, because it needs to for the most part. Okay. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. On that note, guys, I'm going to go and grab me a snack quickly. Okay. Because now we are officially halfway through the actual free list, I think. Don't quote me on that. Because now we've just got Rika, my YouTube account, Lily, Ariona, KT, and Kayla. Okay. So that's what we are doing. Yeah. I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Let me scroll back into the chat. I'm going to just pop out of the room for a second and go and grab. Oh, Rika, love Aquarian energy, man. Love Aquarian energy. Yes, and Skylar was a Scorpio. Okay. Interesting. Transformation. And then, okay, the debut. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to come back and read your question, Rika. I'm going to go and grab something quickly. Oh, yeah, I'm going to figure out what I'm going to grab, actually. Bear with me, guys. Okay. Okay. Do you guys like my Christmas jumper? I felt like I wanted to get into the Christmas spirit today. I was like, yeah. I feel so exhausted. Like usually around about like Christmas time, even when I'm exhausted, I can like channel like really good, I guess, vibrations. So I was like, okay, let me put that on. Get my little, it says, what does it say? You used to call me on my L phone. Oh, I thought that was so funny. I was like, yeah. That was when Drake obviously had like his big his hit with the "You used to call me on my." I can't even remember what the song was actually, because I just make up my own words to music. I don't know if you guys are like that as well. Very rarely do I know the words ever, and I just make up my own. I literally came back, y'all, with a whole packed lunch. So I'm just gonna get my little stuff to the side. I got a chocolate bar. I've got a little, I guess, a little crisp, and I got me some nuts because I can always nibble on nuts, and the protein's good because I'm like doing my workouts again and getting back into my yoga and stuff. So, yeah. Okay, so exactly. Oh, I'm tiny. Did you see how small I was? I'm 4'9". I'm tiny. I stopped growing at 12, basically. That's as far as I was ever going to get. Oh, dude. Oh. Oh, that's too funny. What do you see for me in college for my ex? A relationship, friendship, parties, depression. I'm hoping to go to Santa Barbara, California. I've been manifesting my acceptance. Dang. Okay, there's like so much in that my YouTube account that already like it already had me like, whoa. Okay, I'm going to come to your question. I think Rika's question's before you. So I'm going to answer Rika's question first, and then I'm going to come to yours. So yeah. Okay. Rika wants to know, how will be my relationship with my future spouse? Oh, interesting. I'm going to open the space initially with the cards, and then we may take it to a crystal reading, is what they're saying. I wanted to also get like a pick a crystal reading up for you guys for tomorrow's new moon, but your girl's still working on consistency with that. I couldn't do it. I was so exhausted all week. So forgive me, guys. I might actually, no, I won't be able to. I was about to say I might actually maybe just do it live for you guys, but I won't have the time at all. And I'm so busy. It's such a struggle. Oh, wow. This is so nice. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Wow. Sorry, I'm like checking the chats again to see what's going on. Oh, 5-1. Yes. Listen, I missed the 5 feet mark. I am fun size. I am. I like that one. I am fun size. I actually like being small as well. Like I get into like little nooks and crannies. It's so great for playing hide and seek with my nephews. Actually, I'm the best hider. And they love playing with me because like I'm tiny, so I fit into random places that they wouldn't expect me to be. And I take the game seriously. Like, okay. But yeah. Hello, Diesel Hawk. Nice to see you, handsome. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. Okay, so Rika, this is so interesting. Sorry, they said to grab the crystal so that we can go deeper on this. So this is what they're saying to me, beautiful. Oh my god, this is like, sorry, this is charging me up as well. Like I can just feel like my energy extending. Wow. So, I'm sorry, I'm like receiving all of it. There's so much to the situation as far as like this person. So, the person, all right, guys, can I just like start? Sorry. They're giving me so much, and it's doing so much to my avatar. I don't know how I can kind of like my ethereal wings, if you will. My ethereal wings are expanding. That's just the best way that I can explain it because I can literally feel it. Yeah, I can feel it. Yeah. So your future spouse, my love, the relationship dynamic between you guys, phenomenal. The way that they love upon you, wow. So you guys come together, right? And both of you guys come into this space with a little bit of imbalance in your root chakra, which means your identity, your self-identification is a little bit abstract. So it's a little bit warped, right? So there's some distortions in terms of how you see yourself. And this is based on other people's projections and how that has clouded your perception of yourself. Being in the relationship with this person and being able to kind of like plan ahead for the future. Sorry, I'm closing my eyes to sort of like get the fullness of the channel. So I don't get distracted because they really want to give all of this to me. Yeah, so like being in the situation with this person, both of you guys kind of like come together and you guys help each other sort of like heal these imbalances within your root chakra, right? So it's almost like they see you and you see them, like you see each other. And I don't mean like see each other physically, I mean see each other like heart to heart, like you see their heart. And I don't mean like the valve, because yeah, I know like they say the heart's a pump, but it's not really. It's a valve, and the lungs are actually the pump. But like you see their heart, like their heart, which basically defines their character, and they also show you who you are as well. And what I want to say about that, when I say show you who you are, I think that you have certain tendencies or certain traits that has been developed basically by the way that you've kind of like been in other relationships. So you kind of like built up these coping mechanisms and just these walls of defense basically. So there'll be times where you'd be on edge naturally in terms of certain situations, but they're so patient with you. They're so patient, like they don't take it too personally when your walls go up. They actually kind of like take the time to cater to you, to learn how to help you to bring your walls down, or give you a reason to want to bring your walls down, so that you're not so much on guard and on defense in a lot of different situations, like small things. I want to say small things because I'm seeing that there may be like small little like discrepancies or small little like arguments over like just little stuff that may seem insignificant, but it's almost like you blow it up because that's a pattern that I guess you kind of like get into the habit of. And like they're just not that way inclined. Like they are somewhat okay to be able to have certain conversations, not all conversations, because I can see as well for yourself, some things are a little bit like it's like bleeding water from a rock. I don't know, I don't know how else to put it. It's like bleeding water from a rock where like they're giving you nothing. They're giving you like nothing when you're trying to have like certain types of conversations. They don't have those conversations. Basically, they don't want to have those conversations. They're just like, oh, I don't feel like having that conversation, because they are all about like avoiding the conflict, because they are more likely to be combative than they're used to in those types of situations. And I think it's just one of those things where you guys kind of like complement each other well in that way. They love to bring you flowers, and not just makeup flowers as well, because they're saying to me not just makeup flowers, but they love to bring you like just because flowers as well, because this is a part of their love language. Like gifting is a part of their love language, and it's almost like these things also helps you to be able to kind of like, again, just validate within yourself that you're worthy of these things, that you're worthy of this type of experience, that you're worthy of this type of love, right? And it's because you've been so selective in terms of who, where, and when you place your energy when it comes to romantic engagements and partnerships. So I think that situation right there really helps you to be able to kind of just see the person that you can actually become, like the person that you can actually become, right? And I think that in navigating through the situation, like this romantic situation is ultimately like the door to personal healing and happiness. And when I say the door to personal healing and happiness, it's all of these internal conflicts and battles that you're navigating through with yourself. They're the type of person that almost gives you the motivation and the drive to want to be able to like mend those broken pieces of yourself and bring the fragments of yourself back into the oneness so that you can become whole again. And it's beautiful. It's genuinely beautiful. They touch your heart in such a way where your free spirit nature is something that they embrace. They don't like hold you back on that. I mean, sometimes they don't necessarily always get it, but for the most part, they support you ultimately in the end. and vice versa for yourself as well. I think you're a little bit more rigid to some degree, in terms of like your expectations of them, but you grow in that as well. You grow to let go of some of the expectations that you felt like you were firm on, because they become the exception to certain rules in certain ways for you as well. So that's very, very interesting for you guys to navigate through. But this is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful sort of like journey that you guys, I guess, embark on together. What is the advice for Rika in sort of like being able to kind of like navigate the situation with this future spouse? What is, okay, sorry, let me. What is the advice for, okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Yeah. The advice for you is to meditate on the answers, and like what that means is kind of like me dictating, like really going within yourself to identify. It's almost like, how can I put it? Like, it's like going to the feet of God. I'm getting emotional, like even as I say that, because like in this place, like with this person, that's almost like, it's like all the things that you've been praying for, and you finally sort of like see that God has been working in your favor all along. So like when they say meditate on the answers, sit at the feet of God and really allow God to pour into you his insights in terms of what he has in store for your life, and what desires he has in store for you, and how he intends to bring his wills into manifestation in your life and over your life, so that he can assist you with the way that you are planning your future and the whys that you utilize to be able to plan the things that you're manifesting. And this will bring abundance. This will bring you the opportunity to basically tap into anything and everything that your heart desires. All you've got to do is remain positive. This situation, it's a beautiful, beautiful experience for you. It's a beautiful transition, is what they're saying for you, as you kind of like navigate through the process of like romance class. Okay. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Let me check the chat again, because I'm not able to see when they. Oh, Paul, sorry. We did sort of miss your. Oh, sorry, Paul. Where are you, Paul? If you don't mind me asking. Um, yeah, we did. Your slot got given. Yeah, Rika. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. It's all good. Oh, sorry, I'm like going back through the chats. Oh, sorry, I'm like really, really going back through. That part, Shaylee. Kids' shoes are so much cheaper than the adult ones. Okay, I utilize the benefits of being this small. My Uggs too. My Uggs are in the kids' Girl, we are here. Sorry, I'm like just going through the chat. I'm late to the game. Don't worry. It's because when they do what they do, the trolls, and then they get removed from the space, it kind of like puts the chat starts getting weird. Um, oh, oh. Okay, Katie wants a general reading. That's cool. Sorry, I'm just kind of like going through. It is a lot. It is a lot. Yeah, man, Rika. It seems like you guys are like, you guys have a good thing sort of like going. You guys do have a good thing going, you and your future spouse. Yeah, they're gonna learn how to kind of like navigate around your guards. Don't worry. They're gonna learn how to navigate around your guards and defenses. They'll learn you, I guess, and figure out how to adapt, and help you to learn how to bring those walls down and figure out where to place those walls and when. Because it's not always necessary. Sometimes it's just like a fight or flight response, to your perception of the environment, which may be a little bit distorted sometimes, right? It may be based on like past experiences, not necessarily based on the present circumstance type thing. Um, oh, you guys are so cute, man. You are picky. You are picky, definitely. And that's not a bad thing. It's just obviously it's helping you to align with the right person. Unfortunately, you did miss your your turn, Pearl. Um, all good, Rika. Thank you, beautiful. Um, oh, Pearl, sorry to say this, but yes, my love, I will see what Shakima says on this. Okay, I'll donate. Damn, time to. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, this was. Oh, it was a really beautiful reading. They actually like took my complete attention away from the screen because they're like, yeah. Um, yeah, Pearl. Sorry, I'm like snacking as well because we're all on it tonight. I guess we're all kind of like figuring it out. I am sorry though, Pearl. Who did we give Pearl's slot to? I think we gave it to. Who did we give it to? KT. We gave it to KT, who's also a regular as well, actually. How many have we got on the list? I'm trying to think because I'm actually like pretty tired as well, guys. It's like after 12 here now. Unfortunately, Paul, I am going to keep the list as it is. I feel like even last time when the list was closed, like there was like donations coming in and stuff, and like I guess by the time I finished doing the readings, because I was here for like 5 hours, over 5 hours, I was like so wide awake I couldn't even get to sleep. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and see where I'm at by the end of the space. Yeah, because I'm actually really tired, guys. Even with my little nap, I'm like, whoa. Where are you, Paul? Sorry, I'm like checking the. Oh, I just donated. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Just need to think of my question. Oh, you're funny. You are funny, Paul. So you mean to tell me you didn't actually like have your question? Oh wow, sorry. I'm like literally navigating through some stuff. Yes, my stuff is sorted for JA. Sorry, I got a message to confirm that my stuff sorted for Jamaica. So as far as like my Airbnb and like other stuff as well. Yes, Paul, I did receive yeah, I did receive your donation. That's fine. Think of your question. I'm gonna finish eating some of my snacks in the meantime because your girl's hungry. I'm a little bit peckish. I did eat something before I went to sleep as well. I just didn't have like a proper meal today, I guess. Yeah, not a proper meal. Yeah, because I've just been working so hard. Like my actual promotion has got me like actually doing work stuff. That's so funny to me because I work from home and it's like I do not the bare minimum. I do like my quality of work is really good. But I literally like I'm usually watching stuff on YouTube whilst I'm working. If only they knew, right? So it's just funny to me where I am right now in terms of the situation, but I'm actually good at what I do. And I think that that's why, like, because of the quality of work that I do, I'm still able to kind of like, I guess, facilitate space for promotion. But yeah. Oh, my YouTube. It's okay. It's okay. Exactly. 100%. Okay. Whilst Paul gets a question together, I'm going to I guess try and decipher my YouTube account's question because it's loaded. It's fully loaded. I'm like, whoa. Okay. 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 I think I get it. Because sometimes my dyslexia distorts the information that I'm like picking up. And then I'm like, I don't get it. But I get it. I get it. I think your question, my YouTube account, is what do you see for me in college? For example, relationship, friendships, parties, depression. I'm hoping to go to, I think, Santa Barbara, California. I have been manifesting my acceptance. That's what's up. That's what's up. We're going to sprinkle some of that acceptance for you. Okay? We love that. Okay. Right. So, oh, Pearl did pose a question. Okay. Sorry, there's so much going on in the chat that I'm missing. I should come to Belize instead. Listen, I'm planning to, I guess during this lifetime, I'm planning to visit like so much of the world, like so much of the world. So, yeah. Don't worry, Kayla. I shall see you. Divine timing. I shall see you. And now I know that I already know somebody over there. It's like, it's only a matter of timing. Oh, I'm back from Jamaica on the 2nd of March. I thought it was the 1st of March, but I leave there on the 1st of March and I get back here on the 2nd. So let me have a look at the calendar. Okay. Oh, damn. We may not be doing the live on the Friday, sorry. Because your girl might be knackered and jet lagged. And I may be sleeping all day on Friday after work because I come straight back on Thursday, right back into work because I have to manage my team. And there'll be like, I'm just dreading the time while I'm away and how they're going to navigate through the space because they rely on me a lot. So we'll be doing the live then on the 4th, on the Saturday instead. Okay. Then I can sort of like go and check in with like family and stuff when I get back. And then, in the night on the Saturday, I can do the live. Then I can sleep again all day on the Sunday because your girl's still going to be tired. Okay. Still got me tagged. Okay. Sorry. I'm like going through. Thank God. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, Charlie. I'm glad that you did get the help that you applied for. Sorry, I missed so much in the chat, man. Okay. She just needed to word it, Pearl said. My YouTube account. I know you got excited. And I hate to have to do this to you. And this is why I say God's got a sick sense of humor sometimes in terms of the way that things manifest. But the way that the rules work, I guess, Pearl's question does then, I guess, come first as a donation. It's just the way it works. It's just the politics, I guess, of these things. But yeah. Sorry, I'm still going through like the chat because I feel like I missed so much. Basically, oh my God, how much stuff did I miss? Yes, we are cosmic twins, man, Chaylee. Oh my God, I'm missing everything, guys. These trolls, guys, listen, we need to get these trolls under control, okay? Like, I get it. They're popping in and like letting their presence be known, and the devil needs to let me know that he still exists because he doesn't like my happiness and he wants to rob me of my joy and then rob our space in the process. But we need to like give him a final like heads up, like this is where it's at. We ain't going nowhere. Like, because I can't, like, I'm missing all the good stuff in the chat. Sorry, guys. Missing all the good stuff. Like, I literally am having to scroll all the way up to see all of this stuff, man. Dang. Okay. Oh, Pearl's in Australia. Oh, that's what's up, Pearl. Oh, I love that. I love that. Did that energy stay gone? What energy? Sorry, I'm like checking some stuff out in the chat. Wishing you the same. The new list, I guess. Oh, my YouTube account's definitely here. Definitely here. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna go on to Paul's question. I think I'm just kind of like going down the chat. Sorry. Oh, I love you guys, man. You guys are so awesome. Oh. That's what's up, Shady, man. I'm happy for you. Beautiful. Whew, that was a lot. There was a lot going on in the chat. So much stuff that I basically like missed. I'm like, whoa. Okay, Paul, gonna answer your question now. Gonna dive into it and unpack it. Okay. So Scott, my former boss slash romantic interest, has become extremely vengeful. He's been bad mouthing me publicly at staff meetings. Will he stop this? What is the current energy? I would say former romantic interest, but that's not entirely true. Why do you say it's not entirely true with it being a former romantic interest? Is it a current romantic interest? Is it a current romantic interest? Wow. Sorry, I'm like checking cards out. Let me try again. Damn, there's still even more stuff that I missed. Thank you, Mina. I will have a fabulous trip to Jamaica, man. Like, my mom, I guess, at some point was supposed to come, and my sister, and also like my partner as well was supposed to come, Sanchez. But it's like, it was funny because last year I said to them, I think God's saying that I need to go and do this on my own. Like, I need to go and do this trip on my own. Eventually, I'll tell you guys like why I'm going to Jamaica and stuff like that, because I guess I need to wrap everything up. It's again another one of my generational, my lineages, demons basically that I'm navigating through, that I'm going down there to like break a 30-year this demon, I guess, was basically around before I was even like conceived, essentially, and has been plaguing my likelihood. It's attacked me several times. And I've explained to like my parents what the situation's doing to me and stuff like that, but because I'm a hypersensitive and their experience is different because they're a little bit more detached from their human's ability to sense and feel things, they don't necessarily get the magnitude when I say like, look, this demon is like irritating for me, and it thinks like, it has something over me because you guys don't know how to stop feeding me to this demon. So yeah, when I go and like clean it all up, sort it all out, I'll give you guys like a full on like, I guess, some sort of like updates on the situation or biography, snap, something. But yeah. Was that question that was on the chat when it was scheduled about 50 pounds of a clay? What was that question that was on the chat when it was Oh, okay, Paul retracted the question. It's okay. It's okay. It's all good. Okay. Let me go back to Paul's question. So Paul's question, guys, is Scott, the former slash maybe current romantic interest, she wants to know, like, because I answering that question to you right now, as far as like they don't do anything direct. Everything's a riddle. So I'm going to reword the question, if you will, and I'm going to ask, how will things kind of like play out in terms of that person's energy towards you, and the way that they're sort of like tarnishing your name at the minute, right? Yeah, exactly. The last bit of your question, what is the energy? Definitely. Okay, so what's Scott's current energy towards Pearl? Okay, we want to start there, and then we want to get some understanding of it as we move forward as well. So what is Scott's? Okay, thank you. That was quick, y'all. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Interesting. Okay. And what will his energy be moving forward? Towards Pearl. Oh, that's very, very interesting. You definitely like ruffled some feathers, Pearl. I'll tell you that much. Because his energy is definitely like on that Four of Swords energy, like in both decks basically reversed, which means that like he's utilizing a lot of brain time. You are literally living in his mind rent free, babe. You are living there rent free. Okay, so, oh, interesting. Okay, okay. Hmm. Interesting. Wow. Sorry. Sorry, y'all. I'm like getting the insights first. Man's on demon time. All about the ego getting stroked, Pearl. All about the ego getting stroked. So I'm going to break it down to you, right? So the situation with this person. So it's like right now at the minute, they're accepting the situation, right? They're accepting the situation and they're kind of like somewhat moving on. This is them moving on, by the way. This is what them moving on looks like. I don't know how well it's like looking like they're actually moving on, but this is what them moving on looks like. They're kind of like getting, I guess, their head around being able to kind of like accept the situation. They're definitely burnt out, spending a lot of time thinking about the situation and the lack of progress, I guess, with the situation. Um, will they stop moving forward? Because that was a question, right? Like you wanted to understand about the bad mouthing and the public situation. Um, not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. They are going to continue to do so. They're like still dealing with some scarring. What was the basis of you kind of like why they're bad mouthing you for the first in the first place? Let me get that clear firstly, because what they're showing me is that the way that they're bad mouthing you, it's like they basically have taken something that you've done personally, and they're kind of like this is basically their retaliation to them feeling scarred by that situation. So this is how they're handling the situation, which is very mature, but this is just how they're choosing to handle the situation nonetheless. Did you walk away from the situation? Did you walk? Is this a job situation? Did you walk away from the job? That's basically why they're kind of like bad mouthing you. Let me see. Sorry, I have to, it's like I have to refresh that thing every time now to get access to the, okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, sorry, I'm going back up. Sorry, Charlie, what did you ask me before? Are you going to BRT? What's that? What's BRT? I don't know if I'm having a blonde moment here. But if I am, clarify to me, Katie. Of course, my net is getting patchy now. That's okay. I can rewind. Your Caribbean descent. Nope, I'm not Caribbean descent. I'm Caribbean. I was born and raised in Jamaica. I came here when I was 12. Not a descent, girl. If anything, I'm more Jamaican than I am British, to be fair. It's just all of my adult years, I guess you could say, were here in the UK. That's why I've got more of a UK sort of accent, but I can do the patois really well because I only speak to my mum in patois because she only speaks to me in patois. But I feel comfortable enough with to speak patois with her as well. So, and my partner as well, because he's not Jamaican, he's Mauritian, but he understands. He's from Tottenham. Tottenham's like it's like a little hood. And there's like a lot of Jamaicans and stuff there. And there's a lot of the UK slang is based off Jamaican patois, basically. Um, I just deleted that comment in case the question was serious. I wasn't sure if it was a troll. I saw it on the chat before. You went live days ago. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what the question was a few days ago. It's awful. He won't see my perspective. All of this because I reported the retail manager for bullying. Okay. The Three of Swords keeps coming up in my readings. Interesting. He's definitely he's got some hurt feelings. He's definitely got some hurt feelings, 110%. Okay, that's good. I've tried to communicate, but he won't talk. Oh gosh. Okay, I left the job because of the bullying. Retail manager Trish. Yeah, so at the minute, I think he basically he feels a type of way. I guess he feels a type of way because he almost feels like it was unexpected, I guess, your departure, and he was kind of in his feelings about the situation. He does see you as an asset, but I think the same person basically that you reported, she's been in his ears basically kind of giving the impression that you're over exaggerating, you're basically just playing victim, she's not really doing anything that's so drastic as far as like your reaction to the situation. She's basically in his ear as well, so if anything he's more carrying her energy at the minute. And that's basically that's why you're experiencing this type of response from him. Yeah, that's why you're experiencing this type of response from him. And the only reason why he's even letting her in, the only reason why he's even letting that spirit feed him, this vengeful energy, I guess, is because he feels some type of way about being left in the lurch with the job situation. So it's almost like he feels as though like this person is at least loyal, right? So that's the narration that he's going with. At least they're loyal. No, they're not. Like they're not loyal. They're not loyal per se. How do you advise Pearl to navigate through this situation? How do you advise Pearl to navigate through this? Okay, thank you. Okay, interesting. Sorry, I'm like making room. Oh, oh, wow, interesting. And also, I feel like he doesn't necessarily want to hear, I guess, your response on the situation or what it is that you've got to say at the minute, because he's still a little bit hurt, I guess, about the initial departure. And he's still processing that, I guess. So he's a little bit irritated. That's the best word that I can use, because that's more or less what the energy is. He's irritated when it comes to just the way that things have actually sort of like played out. Okay, so the guides are saying when it comes to like this situation, don't worry about it. Easier said than done. But when I say don't worry about it, I mean kind of like some of the worries that you have. You're not in the environment as far as him kind of like you're not in, sorry, I was like reading back the actual like chat again. You're not in the environment as far as like the job anymore. So whatever he wants to say within the workplace, that has nothing to do with you. Like, you don't even need to take on the concerns of those projections. Just keep like removing that off your energy and taking those daggers out of your space, because he's being led by a force within this other person, right? And that's really what's moving him. And the only reason why he's resonating with that spirit of this person is because he's also got like this, I guess, a little bit of like a bitterness. He's a little bit bitter about like how you left. It's not even just that you left, it's how you left, I guess. I think it was like the lack of I guess it was so abrupt and it was so quick, where it left him a little bit in a lurch type thing, that he's kind of on the situation where he's on the fence. What they're saying is that with this particular situation, now isn't necessarily the right time for things to kind of like resolve itself with this situation anyways. Like, he needs to basically show you his real true colors during the process of this situation, so that you can really get an understanding of who you were around and what the situation was potentially sort of likely brewing beneath the surface, right? He's going to keep with the bad behavior and the nasty habit, because this person's still in his ears. You, however, you're going to be going through a transition within the next few months. You're going to be going through a transition within the next few months where you'll look back at that decision and be like, damn, I'm so glad that I made that decision, because that was the best decision that I have made in a long time. um better is on the horizon for you. Definitely better is on the horizon for you. I think last time, if I'm not mistaken, when we spoke about the situation, we spoke about maybe offering the possibility of doing like less hours and stuff like that to be able to focus on other stuff. Let me refresh the chat again, because I don't even know if you're like saying stuff in the chat that I'm missing, because the chat's getting so weird now. Oh, dang. He took her side instead of mine. I reported the situation to the area manager so I could get transferred to another store, but in turn, he was in the firing line for not doing anything about the bullying, and it's gone to head office. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, your net's back. I'm so excited for me to go to Jamaica, Chaley. Trust me, like, I haven't seen family in like 2 decades. Like, I saw we brought my nan over here a few years ago. But then they refused her visa again when we were trying to get her back not too long afterwards, because they said that she overstayed the time before when we got her here. So I haven't seen her in ages as well. So I'm excited to go and just see, like, just family. I'm super, super excited. I did ask to sit down and have an amicable chat. Yes, the retail manager is lying and denying. Oh, wow. He refuses to have an amicable chat. I did quit without notice. I couldn't keep destroying my mental health. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. He needs to stop being that part, Chaley. That part. Okay. And take some Midol. That part. Okay. He definitely needs to stop doing that stuff and take some Midol as well. 100%. Because it is a bitchy spirit. It really is a bitchy spirit. It's a bitchy spirit because he's bitter. When we get bitter, it activates the bitchy spirit, which is unfortunate, but hey. I do. I'm not gonna say my whole family, but like the people that I grew up with are in Jamaica. Like, I've got some of my family that I grew up with in the States as well, because like a lot of my family are basically like located in the States and in Jamaica. Um, and I'm also Cuban as well, so that's something that I'm going to be like gaining more insight in terms of like the history on that as well, to gain a little bit more insight in terms of like where people are in that regards. As far as your situation though, Pearl, they're saying within the next few months, like it's a completely different situation for you. So the last time that we spoke, he wouldn't take me back to the job, but I'm most likely starting at a new store next week. Looking promising. That part where you can be out of the situation, right? Where you can be out of the situation in that space. And you can kind of like also be in a much better environment for one. But also you can sort of like utilize your skills in this particular space to get better positioning. It's interesting though. I think it's because the situation escalated, and he's now basically, listen, that has nothing to do with you. He should have done more in the situation, and now calm is real. Like, I don't know why people think that they can just do shit and not do stuff and then just have like an easy life. It doesn't work like that. There's consequences to the actions that you take, and there's also consequences to the actions that you don't take when it causes an injustice to others. So karmically speaking, you have to pay. It is law. I don't know why people don't sort of like get that, but hey, anyways, good to hear about the actual like situation as far as you being where you are. We did speak last time as well about you potentially as well making sure that you focus on some of your creative endeavors as well. Make sure you find the right balance this time between work and personal life, pal, because you don't want to find yourself in a situation again where you're kind of giving all of your energy to the workspace situation, and then when it comes down to it, work doesn't necessarily have your back. Okay, definitely make sure you focus on some of your creative endeavors as well and utilize some of your natural skill set so that you can activate purpose over your life as well. That's like the final message that I want to sort of like leave you with on the situation. He's still going to talk shit. Let him do that. It's his prerogative. Has nothing to do with you. All you need to do is Taylor Swift it. Okay? Shake it off. Okay? Shake it off. Shake it off. Okay? Because that's just the song that came to mind. Shake it off. Shake it off. Okay? Don't worry about it. It is not your problem. Now, it is his problem that he didn't address the initial problem. And this person is going to bring more problems because you're not the only person who's actually experienced this behavior from this person. You're just one of the only people who have actually spoken up about it. That part. Okay? Enjoy your new job. Enjoy a new life, because they are saying, right, that within the next few months, you'll be experiencing a whole other level of success. Like, there was a compromise that needed to be made, which is that isn't necessarily the place for you. Okay, that level of toxicity you do not have the tolerance to withstand, so God removed you. Thank God. Won't he do it? He's good like that, even when you don't ask. He can sense it, right? He can sense it, and he's like, not a child of mine, not a child of mine. So God was gracious enough to be able to give you a way out. Unfortunately, that comes with some grave consequences where, you know, your name's going to be sort of like tarnished, because people don't want to necessarily take accountability for the way that they've actually shown up in this situation. And that's perfectly fine. Again, that has nothing to do with you. Taylor Swift did. Okay? Shake it off. I hope that was useful for you, though. Within the next 3 to 4 months, I'm going to say this. You are going to be navigating through a little bit of a lack of direction. Not necessarily just in the career situation. Like, the job itself you'll be okay with, but just figuring out where you're going in terms of like life's direction and stuff. So that's something that I guess God's really going to be calling your attention to, give you a little bit more clarity on how to fine tune, like, okay, what is the end goal beyond this job? Okay, that part. Right. Let me get moist. My lips are getting dry. I am out here doing the most. hostess for the mostess. All right, guys. I'm going to try and see how quickly I can get through the rest of these readings because I can't lie, guys. I'm tired. I'm tired. We've got Rika. Oh, is this the right list? Oh, am I looking at the right list? I think we've got my YouTube account. Sorry, my bad. My YouTube account, Lily, Ariona, Katie, and Kayla. Okay, sorry. sorry. I'm going through the chat, guys. Give me a second. Yeah, I want to go to Cuba as well. Like, I actually want to go, and like, I just feel like there's so much energy there. Like, it's such a powerful, like, force of a place. Like, anybody, like any I guess presence that can stand up to America. No offense to, like, America, but it's a very big entity, America. But any presence, it takes a strong presence to be able to sort of stand up to them. So I definitely want to go and like dip into some of that energy and see what it can do, that part. So yeah. You are up. You are up, my YouTube account. Don't worry, I got you. Okay. I'm just going through. BRT is a Caribbean party. No. What was I? I think I was a PNP. I think I was a PNP when I was there. Oh, obviously I was a child when like all of this stuff was like going on, right? But yeah, I think it was PNP at the time because I remember there was like wars going on with like the labor rights. And that was the whole thing. And I'd be that kid that's like just nosy. I was always curious and inquisitive, always. I never wanted to miss any action. I was always down for like wanting to know the tea. Yes, you did have to look after yourself. I could have done worse. I could have filed for workers' compensation. Exactly, man. You could have done worse. You did exactly what you needed to do. She is a known bully. He might low-key be scared of her too, okay? Which is probably why he doesn't want to actually have to deal with the wrath of her. Someone has reported her before. He apparently ignored it. Well, this is why he's getting his karma, okay? God said, protect this person. Protect this light from the force of this dark little shadow of this person that basically does not know how to be in a space with people. They might be an only child and have some only child syndrome. Who knows? It's not just only children out there that has these issues. I'm just saying it makes it a little bit more optimized in terms of certain qualities and traits. So let me just put that disclaimer out there just in case there's any only children out there that want to come for my head. It's not like that. I'm just saying you guys are more susceptible to certain types of forces and certain types of spirits because when you are actually like in a family dynamic where there's more than one of you, because even with like younger siblings as well, like they get it pretty bad as well depending on how the older siblings are. But yeah, she may have been an only child, maybe even a younger child, actually, like the last child, maybe even a middle child. There's loads of dynamics to the situation. Facts is she's messed up because somebody done messed her up, that part. It complicates things because of the romantic element. I feel heartbroken too. Oh, what I said to you, okay, is that this opportunity God was giving you to see exactly what this person is truly made of. God is giving you an opportunity to see like the true character of this person. They're not your protector, they're not your defender, and they sure as hell don't have your back when it comes down to it. And they're going to, which means that they ain't loyal to you. Okay. I want to put this across to you. I know that your heart may be heartbroken in terms of the way that the situation is, but I'm telling you, you don't want to play with this spirit. You don't want to play with this spirit because if God has to teach you this lesson the hard way about messing around with this spirit, the heartbreak that you feel like you have now will be nothing in comparison. This is an untrustworthy person. They're unreliable. They're disloyal, not protective of you. They can't protect your peace because they're focused on protecting their own peace and covering their own back. Take that into consideration. Take that into consideration because God is really showing you the depths of this person's character. And sometimes we go into contracts with certain spirits and we overlook certain things. And then when God has to show us the hard way, the way that we get burnt in the kitchen, get out the kitchen, girl. If you don't want to get burnt the hard way, get out the kitchen. I'm not going to lie. Get out the kitchen because I'm sure there's so many spiritual forces that you're navigating through based on this one situation, and God has utilized that to really give you an indication of the nature of their character. Get out the kitchen. That's all I'd say to you. Okay? I know that you're brokenhearted. Okay? I feel your pain with that situation, but honestly, you're saving yourself a lot more heartache in the long run. Okay? That part. Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of like going through. Yes, my YouTube account. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Shaylee, your healing to remove the bad spirit from me using the spirit board did clear things up, but unfortunately, bugger. You may be letting it in through fear as well, Pearl. You may be letting it in through fear. I always sage that energy out, but it creeps back. So it may be attaching to your fear receptors. I'm an only child. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, dude. It's so good. And she has a sister. Where does she fall on that placement with the sister? Is she older or younger? Let me get an understanding of that. I was a career for my mom growing up. Oh, I was a carer for my mom. Sorry, my bad. I was a carer for my mom growing up. I don't have normal only child. Like, there you go. There you go. Look at that. God was like, not this one. She ain't going to be touched by that only child syndrome. Let's put her into a space where she learns to develop care, because that's what happens with only children. Like, they don't know how to think about anybody else but themselves, and that's the only thing that matters in their world, because that's the only thing that they're used to, I guess, dealing with within their existence. So that is a good way to be able to curb that only child syndrome. That's what's up. Look at God looking out for you. God's looking out for you here as well. Okay, remember that part as well. Definitely remember that part as well. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the end of the chat. Right. So now, guys, listen. The list is closed. The free list is closed. The donation list is closed. Your girl needs some sleep, y'all. We're heading into like 4 hours. You guys know by the time I finish reading up all of these other like thingies that we've got, I'm gonna be like well into 4 hours, because you know how the readings go. I'll dip in and out and go to different stuff. I'll go on to tangents after tangents, and you guys just have to keep quiet. And that Mina, I saw you laughing at my Taylor Swift "Shake It Off," but seriously, whenever like I feel people's projections like trying to come at me and trying to attach itself, like that's literally the mode that I go into. I'm like, I get into my Taylor Swift and I'm like, shake it off. Sometimes I even put on the track as well. Yeah. Or I utilize, because music is very good, like healing therapy. I utilize Kerry Hilson energy as well. Like if it's somebody that I care about and like you've been connected to my heart center and like you're like stirring up my heart drive and stuff, I'll just sit and I'll listen to some Kerry Hilson and I'm like, this love is taking all of my energy. And then I'm like, give me my energy back. I want my energy. That's it. Take all my energy back. Oh, sorry. I think my neighbor just knocked the door. I mean the wall. He's getting a little bit, he's taking back his energy. Sorry, Martin. You're probably thinking, ain't nobody in there. Who's she talking to? Why is she always talking to people like on the weekends so loudly? What's going on? But yeah, no, that's cool. Listen, let's go and dive into it. My YouTube account, you're good. Let me see where your stuff is at. Okay. Right? I'll pay my bills just like you do. That part. Okay? Uh, oh, my YouTube account. Oh my days. My YouTube account. Don't be like that. There's no need for all that stuff. I'm coming to your question. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's all good. And I'm gonna go back and find it first, but I am coming back to it. I'm gonna go back and find it. I think Mina did put it in there as well. Mina popped it in and you popped it in as well. Archangel Shamuel, can I get some assistance, please? I need to find my YouTube account's question. Okay. Are you popping it back into the chat? Let's see. Sorry, I'm like trying to have a little look. Okay, there you go. Oh no, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. That's too funny. Why would we do that? Oh, Chaley, you're funny. Yeah. I promise today is not a day that you want to get me riled up. You spoiled the little. I can't with you guys. I can't. Oh, dude, it's too funny. Okay. So, what do you see for me in college? For example, relationship, friendships, parties, depression. I'm hoping to go to Santa Barbara, California. I have been manifesting my acceptance. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and unpack it. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. Show me. How do you see my YouTube account's college experience playing out? How do you see the manifestation of it playing out? Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. And what else do you see on the cards with the situation? Okay. Thank you. Interesting. Okay. Clarify this for me. What is that about? Make it very clear, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. 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 And what do you see about this one? clarify that. Sorry, I'm like getting all the details of the situation together. Oh, interesting. Okay. And overall, like, put all of this into context for me. Okay. 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 Oh, interesting. Thank you. That was skills. That was skills, the way that those landed, and I was able to sort of still hold on to those. Okay. Let me see what you got for me. What you got for me. Okay. Let me see. Interesting. Okay. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm like receiving how to kind of like put it into focus. Okay. Okay. So, this is what they're showing me with the situation. Sorry, I need to like unpin this list and like. So what they're showing me with the situation, you're definitely going to be crossing the path of like, I guess, the connections that you kind of like go through. There's a lot of caring sort of like connections that are going to actually break off as you go to college. I'm seeing at least 3 different connections that would actually sort of like break off, like 3 important connections to you that will actually sort of like fall to the wayside as you kind of like venture on this journey. To make room, I guess, for this other side, like what's on the other side of life for you when it comes to the situation, right, that you're navigating through right now with this college space. What I do see is that it's not necessarily so much depression that you have to worry about. It's more so anxiety, social anxiety. I don't know if you suffer from social anxiety. Let me know about that as well in the chat, my YouTube account, because, sorry, I'm not going through the chat. That's okay, Mina. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you doing duets for me. That's cool. So, yes, let me unpin this one and then add the new one that Mina's just done. And Chaley, I'm assuming you're still in the chat, right, Chaley? So you can sort of like mod in the meantime as well. And I think I don't know if Kayla's still here, but I've made Kayla mod as well. So yeah. With your situation, uh, my YouTube account, anxiety is more so the thing that you are needing to navigate through. And it's going to be something that has to be poured out. There are certain social circles that is going to cause you a lot of anxiety. In terms of like romantic relationship, um, I'm not sure how that situation initially pans out because, like I said, I see you sort of like leaving three particular relationship dynamics behind as you kind of like venture on this journey yourself. And I think that with a romantic situation, that takes a while to develop. I think it takes you a while to kind of like get into that space of like actually wanting to really be into something, romantically speaking, right? um hmm. What I'm seeing is that you do manage to make a good group of friends. It's at least between four or five of you guys that are like really quite tight, where you guys kind of like you go through the whole college experience together. But there's some stuff that you'll be navigating through with the situation because I'm seeing like in the context of everything when I clarified it, like there's a lot of cards that are just like in reverse for you. So a lot of this energy is internalized, and I've got the wheel and the world basically, which basically means the same thing. The world in the energy deck, and the wheel of the year in the tarot, which is again basically the world card. Um, Sort of like indicating that there's definitely still a lack of closure on certain connections that you're having. Um, I feel like you'll be navigating through certain deceptive spirits. So people that tends to exaggerate their situation quite a bit. They tell stories with a lot of emphasis on trying to make themselves look a certain type of way. And you're going to have to be navigating through some of those types of situations. And I have to say some of those types of situations because you keep being around this person in particular. They may be someone that is within your friendship group. Um, Maybe not a close friend directly to you, but a friend of a friend type thing in terms of that situation. Um, and I think that those are some of the things that basically causes you a little bit of anxiety. As far as relationship situation, I don't see anything on the cards like really substantial until about 14 months from now. And that situation, I guess it's okay. I don't know if it's short lived or not. I know that you guys may kind of like go through different waves of short experiences with each other. So it may be an on and off again situation, but that doesn't actually start until 14 months from now, or starts to develop and take place until 14 months from now. So that's something to kind of like navigate through. Um, what else? Yeah, they're showing me that there's a lot of the situation basically that is going to be a little bit lonely for you at times. I think the first, I want to say the first few months, I'm not necessarily sure about how many. It could be between 4 to 7 months. Yeah, it could be. Okay, between 4 to 6 months is the first 4 to 6 months is going to feel a little bit lonely and isolating, if you will. And then by the seventh month, things start to be able to feel like, okay, you've kind of found your feet, you're at a good place, and things are basically looking up for you, looking in the direction that is really going to be sort of like beneficial to you. And you can kind of like see like now you're college experience has actually sort of like started type thing. And yeah, I think that you're going to learn a lot about yourself being in this space. And those are some of the things that are going to be triggering your anxiety as well, to be fair. What is the advice for my YouTube account in navigating through the space? Okay. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. They've advised that the situation will improve. Things are looking up, even when it feels heavy, like it's weighing you down. Things are looking up. You just have to continue to look at the higher perspective of the situation to get out of your then, which will be your now, then circumstances that may be weighing you down. I can see that in the context of the process of this, you may be dealing with situations or circumstances where there may be some delays that you have to navigate through when it comes to actually like transitioning into that space, because there may be a little bit of maybe just a lack of focus potentially, maybe a lack of focus that you're navigating through, in terms of being able to kind of like align with some of the things that you say that you want. So you're going to have to be stealthy basically. And depending on how you are with being stealthy and juggling all of the variables to the situation, that may indicate how long the delays may be for. Okay, but the guides are saying, and I think those are some of the things that may be weighing you down as you're kind of like navigating through the process. So yeah, the guys are saying that the situation will improve. Just continue to look on the up with the situation, and there will be a peaceful resolution to the situation that will pretty much bring you. Sorry. Oh. That will pretty much bring you to the point of like, I guess, the abundance that you've been trying to manifest and being able to kind of like recover in the sense that all of this energy that you're basically putting out there to kind of like get this situation going, you will then be able to kind of like preserve and reserve that energy to be able to utilize into something else. Okay, so just stay positive on the situation. It will improve. The first few months is going to be a little bit tricky, like I said. So just kind of like stay focused on the task at hand. Don't lose focus on what it is that you're there for, what it is that you're wanting to do, and why it is that you're there for yourself personally. Stay focused on the why, because that's probably one of the only things that's going to keep you motivated. The first few months is going to be an adjustment period. Okay. So, yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Sorry, I'm going to check in the chats what we've got going on. I think next we have Lily, and then we've got Ariona, and then we've got Katie and Kayla, right? So yeah, I hope that that was useful for you. Oh, awesome, Lily. Okay, Ariona's here. Okay, Katie's here. Okay. Oh, there you are, Mina. Oh, awesome. You're back. Oh, Jordan. The donation list was closed as well. I'll check on PayPal. Yeah, you did send. You did send. To be fair, you did. Oh, Jordan, you're funny. Not that way. Jordan did basically like donate, and he did also, I guess, send the question as well via PayPal. I need to like. Okay, let me have a look. Oh, you're funny. My YouTube account, Tara, is so scary to me. The fact that you pointed out my social anxiety made my heart drop. Yes, I do struggle with it a lot. Yeah, do you know what it is? Like, it's just a mirroring thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, the universe basically mirrors. That's why I like tarot. It's a tool. It's just a tool to be able to like really mirror what's going on. I am going to do your reading, Jordan. Don't worry. Stick around. I'm just kind of like I'm having to go through the chat now that I've actually done the reading for my YouTube account. Yeah, because the chat's been doing its own thing since we had a troll earlier and we had to do some stuff to get them out. But yes. Okay, Katie's here. Okay, guys, that's awesome. I'm glad. With the social anxiety thing, I think that that's probably the most challenging part of it for you for the first few months, being in that space and just kind of like being in your mind or being in. Do you know what? It's so funny because you wouldn't think that I have social anxiety, but I do. I do. I'm comfortable with you guys because I'm learning how to basically be more comfortable in my authentic representation of myself. But I also have social anxiety. It's basically when your human starts to, um, it's almost like your humans basically identifying, okay, what parts of myself can I share in this space versus like sharing who I am, and whether or not who I am will be accepted. So just work through it. Just work through it. God's going to help you to kind of like pour out some of that anxiety. Depression may be offset by the anxiety, which is why I said I don't think that depression is really the issue. I think that anxiety is basically the cause, and depression is basically manifesting as a result of said anxiety, right? So just know that the first few months you're still finding your feet. Give yourself that time, okay, and allow yourself to kind of adapt to your new surroundings and environment, okay. But yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I guess 14 months into the space, you had the reading anyways. You'll be able to sort of like generate a romantic interest that is, I guess, somebody significant in your college experience, and you do get a general group of friends that you feel comfortable enough with. Bar the one friend of a friend that seems to be a little bit like, you don't necessarily know how to be yourself around them because you guys' personality kind of like rub each other the wrong way a little bit. It kind of clashes a little bit. Okay. Oh, Lily, that's such a good question. Beautiful. I am going to answer your question, but I have to, because Jordan actually like paid his money and sent me through his question at the same time. I am going to answer his question quickly, and come back to you guys. Don't worry. Jordan, are you still here? Let me know if you are. I did receive the donation, and I am definitely not. Definitely not, beautiful. You weren't necessarily meant to be there for long term. I have anxiety, but I didn't think it's social. What kind of anxiety do you think you have? What kind of anxiety do you think it is? If you don't mind me asking, Ariana. Okay, so Jordan's question. I don't know if Jordan, are you still here? Let me know if you are here. I'm going to actually like answer your question because you paid your money. So I'm going to actually answer the question and move on. Hi, Leanne. Lovely to meet you, beautiful. Lovely, lovely to meet you. Let me get back to his question. Basically, I want to check out his question properly. I'm a Sagittarius. Will I end up with a Aries or a Capricorn? Do you already have two options on the cards? One's an Aries and one's a Capricorn, is what I'm assuming, right? Basically, that's what that means. Right. Jordan wants to know Aries or Capricorn. What do you guys see with the situation? As clearly as you can, please. Is he dealing with fire energy or earth energy? Interesting. You're dealing with a third-party situation, Jordan. That's so funny and interesting as well. But yeah. Okay. It's a third-party situation. Okay, but will because it's so funny. They're telling it like it is. They're like, no, 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 no. It's not like, will he end up with one or the, like, there's a whole third party situation sort of like taking place. He's trying to navigate through both at the minute. So let's clarify that. Okay, so in the end, whilst he's navigating through this third party situation right now, will he actually end up with the Aries or will he end up with the Capricorn? Make it clear, guys, as clearly as you can. Interesting. I'm sorry. They're saying you're still going to be basically juggling these two women for a little bit. Like, you are going to be juggling the situation for a little bit, and it's going to be a lot of work and stress, right? But who ultimately, guys, we get it. We get it. Jordan be greedy, okay? Jordan's like, doing his little stuff. Let me have a little check and see if he's in the chat still. Oh, hey, Leon. Thank you for liking and subbing. The lists are closed, however. Hopefully you can tune in next week and get added to one of the lists. Oh, I don't know if Jordan's still in the room. I didn't really see anything. They didn't post their question or anything, but obviously they posted their question when they actually sent through the donation. But yeah, okay, so who are they going to end up with? The Capricorn or the Aries? Make it clear. Like, we know that they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, and they're going to be doing that for quite some time, right? But ultimately, who will they end up with? Because at the end of the day, this can't necessarily continue. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Listen, Jordan, the guides keep saying, right, you're basically going to be causing yourself a lot of stress by trying to do this whole juggling act, basically. So you're going to basically be juggling these two people for quite some time, significantly. Pretty much, that's basically like the gist of the situation. All right, I'm going to try the other deck and see if you guys give me some full-on clarity, man. I know we get it. Jordan's greedy. Okay, and listen, it is what it is. No judgment here. Me saying that you're greedy, that's just me calling a thing. That's what it is. That's what's going on. Okay, don't take it as me making any judgments. I'm just calling it what it is. Capricorn or Aries? It's so funny that you guys are calling him out. Let us know how the story ends, okay? Capricorn or Aries? Okay. From what they're showing me with the situation, it will potentially be the Capricorn. And they're showing me, like, with the situation, right? It's almost a case of like the Capricorn is basically the one that is going to, because this stuff is going to blow up in your face. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be unearthed about this third party situation, this Threes Company situation that you've got these people in. I guess that they didn't necessarily ask for per se. And when that's all said and done, the Capricorn's probably the one that's most likely to stick around after the facts. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. That's all I got for you. Because listen, if I stick in here any longer, it's they're just going to continue to unearth your ish. Okay. So I guess that you're going to basically you're going to play the field with these two people for a while. It does get unearthed, and then the Capricorn decides to stay after the facts. Okay. So that's what the situation is for you guys. I don't even know if you're still in the space. You probably already left because you thought that you weren't going to get the reading, but you already donated. So listen, I'm not trying to generate any negative karma for myself. Okay. I'm going to make sure you get your money's worth. When did I start doing his reading? Can we sort of like, I guess, make a thingy? When did I start doing his reading? When did we start asking? Yeah, whenever I started doing the reading, can we put like a thingy out there? I think that was like maybe say 4:10, 4 hours and 10 minutes into the reading. Can we put a little timestamp there to say Jordan's reading was at 4 hours, 10 minutes, maybe, just so that he can go back and have a little look and see when he gets the chance, I guess, because I want to make sure that I generate all the good karma that I can, man. No bad karma out here. We don't want that at all. But yes, now getting back to the free list, we are on to Lily's question. I know that Lily has basically submitted her question from what I recall. Oh, I forgot that I was snacking, y'all. Right, let me go back to Lily's question. Okay. Will I be able to successfully skip a grade and graduate next year? How will the situation play out for Lily in terms of her being able to skip a grade and graduate next year? How do you see the situation playing out for Lily in terms of her being able to skip a grade? And okay, good stuff. Thank you. Okay. Clarify. Thank you. So what they're saying with the situation, there's a lot of work that has to be done with the situation, Lily. I want to put that across to you, right? It is going to be a yes, but it's going to take a lot of work from you to be able to actually like manifest this situation all the way. So the answer is yes. It is, you're going to have to kind of like, I guess, be stealthy in terms of the way that you navigate through the situation because time is of the essence. Oh, thank you, ladies. Oh, thank you, beautiful people. I appreciate you guys so much. So yeah, this situation is going to manifest itself, but it's going to require a lot from you. It's going to require a lot of time. It's going to require a lot of dedication in terms of applying yourself. It's going to require a lot of focus. But ultimately, you're on the right track. I'm hearing them say high probability of yes always. So basically what that means is on every variable of timelines where this decision is being made in the universe, it seems as though the answer is a yes as far as the outcome of the situation for you. Okay. But you just got to make sure that you apply yourself, and do, I guess, the best that you can with the situation, because you may find yourself at times where you're kind of like navigating through having a little bit of like lack of focus when it comes to certain things. And that's where you're going to have to apply yourself. Okay. And it's important that you do. Extremely important that you do. But yeah, it's a yes. You'll be able to sort of do it. It's going to take a lot of work. I just want to reiterate that again because they keep saying it. They keep saying it. It's going to take a lot of work. In a short span of time as well, in particular, I want to sort of like address that to you. In a short span of time, there's going to be a lot of work that has to be done. And yeah, you'll be able to navigate through the process, but it's something that you're going to have to make sure that you are on top of everything. And from time to time, you may feel as though you pretty much just kind of aren't necessarily motivated at sometimes. You don't want to get lost in procrastination. Okay. If you know what you need to do, don't put it off. Do it. If you know when you need to do it, don't put it off. Do it. Okay. And just keep a momentum going, because otherwise you might find yourself in a situation where before you know it, you're kind of like in a position where you've got a backlog of stuff that needs to be done, and you don't want to put yourself in that position, because you can save yourself the bother of having to sort of like get to that point with the situation, right? If you're just on top of things as you need to be, as and when, that makes the process easier. And that's the one thing that I have to put across to you, because you're also going to have to navigate through figuring out how to move with the situation, how to be stealthy as you're navigating through the space and juggling all of these different aspects of the situation. Okay, that part. So yes, I hope that that was useful for you there, beautiful. Is there any advice for lovely Lily on the situation with the uni stuff? Any advice for Lily? As clearly as you can. Okay. Yeah. 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 It's one of those situations where you're going to need to ask for help where you need help. And other people, the right people, I guess, are going to be present to be able to assist you as they need to be able to sort of guide you so that you can sort of like get this peaceful resolution that you're looking for and need so detrimentally. But yeah, within the next few months, it's not necessarily going to be an easy process for you, but you will be able to sort of like, recover from all of this work that you're going to be inclined to put in. Okay. Yeah. Hope that that was useful for you, my love. Let me check the chats again, because I don't know what is going on. Have a good night, Lily. All good. All good. Right. Who do we have? We've got Ariona. Who do we have? Lily, Ariona, Katie, and Kayla. Where are we with the list then? Let me unpin this one and then pin the new one. Pin this one. Sorry. Sorry, me and my guides. They are too funny. Do you know what they said? Oh, I have to let you guys in on this one. So you know, like when my neighbor uh knocks the wall, right? He's an elderly man, so like his sleep's important to him. And I get it, you know, it's just one of those things. But they were just saying to me, it's so funny that he basically knocked the wall during the process of me talking about shake it off, because that's exactly what I did. I shaked it off. Oh, that's so funny. I'm telling you, listen, my guides crack me up. They crack me up. Okay. Sometimes I literally sit and like laugh at like just life stuff. Like sometimes I'll be doing stuff and I can tell like they're laughing at me. And then sometimes I'll be like watching something or doing something and then they're like giving me so many jokes. Like it's funny. It's so funny. But yes, Ariana, are you here? Katie, are you here? Ariana, are you here? Katie, are you here? Cause Kayla's got her question out. That's how much I cared. Bless him, poor Martin. Bless him. Okay. They're funny. They are so funny. They make me laugh. Okay, so who have we got? Okay, KT is here. Wants a general reading. Okay, I'm gonna do KT. Ariona's kind of left. I guess she kind of like pops in and out, right? And then no, definitely. I've got KT and then Kayla, and then I'm cool. KT and then Kayla, and I'm cool. I know. I do need to sort of like. Ben, I barely finished my snacks. Oh, dude, it's so funny. I'm sorry. Okay, so Katie wants a general reading. We're going to dive into Katie's stuff. Guys, generally, what do you guys need for Katie to kind of be aware of at this point and junction of her journey? What y'all need her to know? Okay. Oh no, Kayla's back. Kayla's back. She popped out for a second. She said she was going to sort of like, she wanted to be added to the list last. She popped out and came back. So what is the general stuff that you see going on in Katie's, I guess, orbit at the minute? What do you see going on in Katie's orbit at the moment? Oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to go and grab that, Katie. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Interesting. Ooh. Interesting. Elaborate for me, guys. Oh, wow. Okay. That's interesting. Elaborate, though. Put it into context for me. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So this is the situation, Katie. They're showing me that you're basically navigating through a karmic unfolding that's sort of taking place at the minute in terms of some sort of betrayal or deception, basically. Someone sort of like feeling like they were getting away with something, or someone trying to get away with something. Um, I want to say someone. I want to say someone doing this towards you, right? There's a karmic unfolding playing out with the situation that you're sort of like navigating through, and it all has to do with a lot of like blocks and repressed emotions, feelings that aren't necessarily being felt. So it's almost like there's a lot of insecurities, I guess, that's basically manifesting itself. There's some subconscious insecurities that are now basically sort of like being triggered. I can see like there's like these, it's triggering these neuroreceptors, right? Like it's weird. Not weird in the sense like it's weird because that's what the body does, right? But it's weird in the sense that like you're basically someone was trying to get something around you basically, right? And you're kind of navigating through the insecurities that have basically been triggered by that situation. um, so it's all very very interesting at the minute. They're showing me like there's a lot of scattered energy and scattered thoughts on the situation. um, okay, what does Katie need to know about this karmic unfolding that's taking place at the minute then? It's so interesting because again, there was the Ace of Cups in reverse. I'm using two different tarot decks. So there's definitely a lot of like blocked and suppressed emotions that are there that aren't necessarily kind of like, have you processed the situation here that they're speaking about? This situation of deception where somebody's trying to get something around you or go around you, to basically get something over your head type thing. They were basically just being stealthy. Have you processed the situation? Because they're really showing me that there's a lot of blocked emotions um, when it comes to the situation. Right, guys, clarify. Let me understand a little bit more about this karmic unfolding. Okay, good stuff. Oh, good stuff, Katie. Have you processed this situation that they're speaking about? Because what they're showing me is that moving forward, you still have more tower moments that are going to happen because there's still a lot of like unresolved feelings. Basically, there's still a lot of processing essentially that needs to happen with the situation, and they're kind of like showing me that it's kind of how can I put it? Hmm. It's like this sudden shift, this tower moment where you just kind of like everything gets thrown, like there may be an eruption. Basically, there may be an eruption on the cards. It's kind of like when you have unresolved feelings or unprocessed feelings about something, and then you go through these bouts of emotional eruptions, basically, because the feeling is like coming to surface, but it's not properly being processed, right? So it just comes out in bats of like emotional eruptions, basically. They're saying that there's a few of those situations, I guess, to come, as you're kind of like navigating moving forward as well. So you need to kind of like take some time as well to sort of like process the depth of the situation that yeah, you may be sort of like navigating through with this karmic unfolding. But they do sort of recognize that there is going to be like the potential, I guess, for new beginnings in terms of like friendship dynamics, and just a new beginning in terms of like the people that you choose to keep around you and the way in which you kind of like, how can I put it, discriminate, right? Because you have to utilize your spirit of discernment to kind of like identify, you know, who is discriminatory. Like, okay, is this a person that I want to kind of like spend time with? Is this a person that I want in my energy? Is this a person that I want around my orbit, even if it's like a friend of a friend of a friend type thing? And it's like those types of dynamics that you're kind of like navigating through. There is going to continue to be a karmic unfolding where insecurities are going to be triggered, basically, to be able to allow for you to kind of understand exactly how this situation where someone was trying to be stealthy, how that has basically, how it's changed you, to be honest with you, how it's changed you, how it's changed your perception of people, how it's changed the way in which you interact and react and respond to people as a result, and how it's kind of like changed the way that you actually like are within your nature. Basically, it shifted it a little bit in terms of degrees of perspective. So that's really what's actually going to be playing out for you. There's some scattered thoughts as well on certain situations, I guess. So you're a little bit, you might find yourself a little bit all over the place when it comes to navigating through how you feel, I guess. But yeah, there's definitely more tower moments ahead, sudden shifts and changes sort of taking place moving forward. What is the advice for Katie as she sort of like navigates through this process then, guys? What is the overall advice for Katie? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so they're saying that with the situation as you're kind of like navigating through it, it's one of those things where ultimately you're navigating through a lot of unlikely circumstances, things that you didn't necessarily think was possible, things that you didn't necessarily foresee for yourself. I guess a situation that you just didn't necessarily anticipate was something that you'd kind of have to navigate through. They're saying that the guidance for you on the situation is to stay firm on your hard no. Stay firm on your hard no, because it's not the right time to sort of like give a yes to the situation or maybe the person or people involved that were trying to get one over on you. It's not necessarily the time to give them the time of day. Stay firm on your hard no for now, and there will be something better for you as you kind of move forward. Within the next 2 to 2.5 weeks, there may be like better potential. The probability might have moved in your favor basically within 2 to 2.5 weeks from now. So yeah, the advice for you is to keep firm on your no for now and maybe revisit that decision within 2 to 2.5 weeks from now. Does that make sense? I don't even know what was going on in the chat as well because I couldn't see anything. I was like asking questions. Yes, I was hurt. Yeah, Mina, I hope you heal soonest from the hurt. And may you find your joy in eternal peace. Oh, amen. Amen. Thanks, I'm still upset. Yeah, I think, Katie, as you kind of like navigate through this process, you're well within your rights to feel the way that you feel right now, and it's absolutely fine for you to feel the way that you feel. Take the time to process these feelings of upset. Understand why it is that you're upset, and how you feel like you are violated, and how you're going to prevent yourself from basically being in the climate of those types of experiences moving forward, because there were decisions that you made that kind of like were catalysts essentially, to positioning you to be in that very position at the time where you basically got impacted by these decisions. It feels like somebody was just basically just being deceptive, for lack of a better way of putting it. They were being deceptive, and they were just trying to get away with whatever they could get away with. There was complete disregard for the consequences, no consideration of your feelings, and sometimes these things happen, right? Um, but the best thing that you can do for yourself is just allow for yourself to process what you need to with the situation, so that you're not necessarily holding on to these feelings and continue to manifest more of these experiences into your orbit, right? So just be mindful of that as you're moving forward. I can see that there's going to be a significant shift and change in terms of your friendship group, your community dynamic, the people that you basically spend time with, or kind of like share pieces of yourself with. Like there's going to be a complete shift in that space. So just take your time with the process, and yeah, just be gentle with yourself as you navigate through the healing, because you're still quite fragile at the minute. Okay, beautiful. That part. But stay firm on your no for now. And in a couple of weeks, the stars may realign differently, where your heart might be in a different place from time to time, because you probably like move forward and then still feel resistant, hesitant. When I say move forward, I mean you actually like emotionally move forward and still are going like back and forth of like these feelings of upset and hurt sort of like resurfacing from time to time, probably within 2 to 2.5 weeks from now. And then you'll be at like a different place, I guess, from there in terms of managing the feeling. Okay, that part. But yes, beautiful. We have Kayla next, right? We've got your question next, Kayla. Oh, okay. Oh, this is going to be a clairsentient message to you, babe. Sniffing out the information now. Okay. With Kayla, right? We want to show me. How do you see things playing out with Elle and Kayla moving forward? You know the dynamics between them. How do you see things? Okay, thank you. It's a no, beautiful. I'm just gonna like keep it like 100 with you on the situation. So what they're showing me with the situation basically is that this dynamic right here, like I guess, um
Yeah, he's not necessarily going to come back into the space. He's not going to come back into space. I think that that was a firm boundary for him, in terms of like him not necessarily wanting to, be intimate in that way again. He kind of like wanted to keep things, I guess, platonic, if you will, because if it's not like intimate, then it's platonic, right? Um, he is basically going to be sort of like moving forward, releasing and clearing your energy from his space altogether. I don't think he's going to come back into the space and actually engage in communication. I think that he's basically like put a firm wall up because that was a firm boundary for him. And this is kind of like the response basically to your action, right? He's now kind of like showing you where he stands with the situation, thereby where he stands with you. He was okay to kind of be in a situation and have things be sort of like platonic. I think, why is this though, guys? Talk to me about that because I want to get the tea. Why is that? Why is that? Why is it a firm no at the minute? Okay, thank you. Okay. Mm, okay. Yeah. 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 He is basically at that place. Um, so why, I guess he basically got clarity that maybe it's not necessarily something that he wanted to do in terms of like a romantic sort of situation, but he genuinely like has a good time with you. He likes hanging out with you, likes vibing with you, likes your personality, like a lot about your actual character. But he didn't necessarily want to kind of like go that route with the situation, right? Is there someone else involved? Is it okay? Okay. Okay. So I think he potentially has a love interest to himself as well outside of the space, with just yourself. And I think that that's why he was so firm, I guess, on his boundary, or at least the potential that he was like thinking about, in terms of, okay, T. Dang. Sorry, I'm like going back through the actual like call. the chat situation, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I think my thing is the connection's a little bit lagged, basically. Um, so yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting for Katie. But yes, Kayla, I don't see him sort of like coming back into the space. Yeah, I don't see him coming back into space. He's kind of like cutting ties with the situation. He's kind of like very, very guarded and protecting himself right now. So he's not necessarily looking to re-engage or reintegrate or anything like that. I think he's just kind of like pushing on forwards, just kind of, I guess, there isn't necessarily a long-term vision on the situation anymore, as much as he felt like he appreciated your presence, he appreciated like your characteristics, your energy, like just your vibes, to be honest. It's just one of those things where now it's just like, okay, I can't afford to be in this space because it's going to get awkward. I think that there may be a potential, another potential love interest that may be there causing a little bit of indecision, which is why he was trying to kind of like keep this situation with you strictly platonic whilst he kind of like decides what his feelings are in terms of this other situation that's currently sort of like developing and brewing, because he's not really too sure where he is with that situation just yet either. But by you doing, I guess, the kiss or whatever, I think that kind of like set him back a little bit, where now he's just kind of yeah, how about in the future? Katie was lagging behind. Yeah, I know, I figured. Yeah, oh dude, that must have been it, because I was like asking questions and stuff during the live, but it wasn't the same at all, at all. The live on the, I don't know, maybe the phone may be different. Yeah, Farida, catch us next week, beautiful. Do you see him coming back in the future? It's interesting that you asked that question as well, actually. Do you see him coming back in the future potentially then? Oh, damn. Okay, thank you. No, and I'm not lying to you, beautiful. Um, no, and you're just going to have to forgive him for making that decision, and forgive, I guess, yourself for being in a different place to where he was at with the situation. Unfortunately, it's a firm no. He's solid on this boundary for now, and it's not necessarily likely to sort of change anytime soon, unfortunately. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to fix this stuff right here. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, my love. For the most part, I guess he's just kind of like moving in a different tide, moving in a different direction for now, and that is basically his focus, unfortunately. Okay, I'm sorry, my love. But I hope that that was useful for you. At least you can take what you need to from the situation. Um, I guess in the right time, the right person will kind of like float into your orbit, and you can kind of, this is an opportunity for you to be able to sort of keep your options open, if you will. Okay. But I'm sending you so, so much love. So, so much love. Okay. Right. Let's have a look and see. I am base. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. What were you going to say, Kayla, if you don't mind me asking? Ariana, if you're in the room still, maybe you want to drop your question out and I'll just do that last question and I guess head off. It's almost like 3 a.m. To be fair, guys, like this isn't like out of the norm for me. Can I just say, like, I'm naturally generally a night owl. Like I make products and stuff as well, and I usually do that around about new moons and full moons, and I'm usually up to like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning anyways. So this is like normal stuff for me. It's just that I've got a lot of stuff basically tomorrow, technically today. I'm seeing like Charlotte. I'm doing some shopping, I guess, for like to take stuff back home. I'm seeing another friend as well. I'm seeing like I'm picking up my nephews and stuff. So it's all going down. It's all going down. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Ariana, if you're still in the room, beautiful, and you'd like your question to be answered, because I think you were sort of like mentioning as well, that it's only 7:41 here. Girl, it is 2:41 a.m. here. So it's hella late or hella early, depending on how you look at it. And even after I kind of like finish up in this space, I'm probably going to go and actually get something to eat. Yes, I know it's like 2 a.m. in the morning. Look, I'm just gonna have to deal with it. It's almost 8 a.m. here. Oh my god. Oh wow, Mina. Thank you so much, beautiful. I don't know how you do this with us every Friday. Or whenever we actually manage to come into the space, because it may even be on a Saturday. You know what? I choose never to actually do this on a Sunday because I never know how late it's going to go. And it's also as well to keep into consideration with Mina's situation, because obviously, like, you've got little ones as well. They've got school. I wouldn't want you to kind of like, you know, you need your sleep. Do you know what I mean? Like at least on Sunday we can all sleep. If I do these on a Saturday or a Friday night, at least we can all sleep on a Sunday. That's guaranteed. Okay, so that's it. I don't think Ariona's here from what I can see, so I am going to close out the space. I'm going to pack up shop, I guess. Oh, beautiful. You're going to make me cry. Oh. Oh no, you're too funny though. You're too funny. But honestly, like I choose sleep over you. I choose you guys over sleep as well. Like I chose you guys over sleep and eating today, but I multitasked. Okay? But it's all good. It's all good. For the most part, anyways, it's all good. How's your new job going as well, Chaley? Let us know. I did ask, like, when you stopped in. I don't know if you did answer the question, but the chat's been so weird. It's been hard for me to actually, like, see what has been getting typed type thing. Let me see. Oh, so I will be live next week, yes. And I'm leaving for Jamaica on the 15th, so the day after Valentine's Day, because I needed to sort of hang out with my mister at least, even though I'm working, to be fair. I'm working during the day. We might go out and do something, maybe do a couples massage, because my back is killing me, guys. And we haven't had one of those for a minute. So we might just do a couples massage and just hang out and go do some dinner and just vibes, I guess, for the evening, because I've got work the day. And then I leave really early, actually. I have to get to the airport at like pretty much 10 a.m. The next day. So there isn't really much time to do anything per se. So it's just going to be a quick one. And he's now like he's in Mauritius at the minute, so I have to wait till he gets back. I've missed him though. It's actually been like it's been nice, don't get me wrong, but like he's such like I think that's what I learned. Like he's such a part of my routine. I'm not as independent as I thought that I was, right? I'm just good at acting independent. I think that that's what I learned with the situation. Um yeah, because not having him, I guess, like with direct access, I have to wait for him to call me because they've got like weddings and stuff that they've got going on over there. So he's kind of like gone to kind of like sit in for the weddings and stuff. But like I usually call him like after everything. Like I call him when I finish work. I call him when I finish a lot of stuff, to be fair. Ariana, are you here? It's almost 8 a.m. here. Oh, you guys are funny. Kayla's like, whoa. It's so fascinating to me that, like, you know, I can come into this space and connect to people literally all over the world. Like, that still blows my mind. Like, literally still blows my mind. Oh, that guy almost completely pulled away, and that really sucks. Did he come in during the Mercury retrograde? Because that, like, what happens a lot of the times in the Mercury retrograde, it's not necessarily like that it's a no firmly. It can be in some cases, but sometimes it's just like just know that the relationship is basically like got a lot of challenges. Basically, did he come in during the Mercury retrograde, or was it the Mars retrograde that he came in? I'm sorry. It is going to be a jam-packed week for me. Trust me, it's always a jam-packed week for me. I've been asking God, I'm like, okay, so when am I going to get some downtime? God's like, well, you need to do this assignment, that assignment. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, when does my lazy personality just get to like express herself? God's like, you sleep, don't you? Listen, when I got that feedback, I was like, oh my God, don't even. That's not even funny. God has a very funny sense of humor. I don't know if like you guys sort of like experience during like you guys' chats with God, but like honestly, so funny. So funny, it's not funny, actually. Like that's a lot of the conversations that we have. I'm like, oh my God, that is so not funny. But I'm like low-key laughing under my breath because really it is funny. It's just like funny at my expense, funny, but it's so funny. Um sorry, I'm going off on tangents here, but yeah. Yes, that part. Um oh, I'm literally just packing up as well, Charlie. Not Charlie, Ariana. I feel you. My husband's mostly away due to military thing, and I had to become independent due to his absence. So I can tell, yeah, yeah. I'm like, it's weird because like I'm so used to actually like it depends on whatever. I'm usually just like, you know, I finish my job, I call him. I have a free like lunch break, I call him. I I'm actually realizing how much I call him every time when I go to like hit the phone, and then I realize that he's not there, and then I just send him a message. Sage, hey babe, you okay, handsome? How's it going? You free? Oh, dude. But then I guess when he's here, I'm not as appreciative, I guess, of his time. Um, yeah, I'm not as appreciative of like his time and attention that he does choose to give me. So, yeah. We've oh, sorry, I'm going through it. Okay. Oh, okay. You put down okay, outcome of working at Outback Steakhouse. Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at that, and then we'll sort of I've only got two decks out anyway, so I'm just gonna think. Chaley said, let's see. Sorry. You've been in and out of getting distracted. You're good, beautiful. When did you guys physically meet? I didn't see it in the chat. Unless I'm missing something. Where are you as well, Kayla? Oh no, you said Belize, didn't you? Was it you that said Belize? Who was it that said Belize? Was it you? Because you asked me to pay a visit to Belize. Oh, definitely, man. Me and the Mister wants to travel the world. So for sure, for sure. All right. So how do you guys see the dynamics working out for Ariana at the Outback Steakhouse with that new role? How do you see things sort of working out for Ariana? Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, dang. And in terms of, the timeline of how things may work out with that situation. What's that? Okay. In terms of the timeline of how you see things working out with that situation, how do you see like her time there sort of like going? Okay. Thank you. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. 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 Okay, so this one may be a little bit more long term. You may be able to kind of like navigate through this one for, I want to say, up until around about like almost, just about almost a year. I think that around about that time, you start to sort of decide what your next move is, what your next POA is, like your next plan of action. But this one seems to be a decent fit for you. It seems to be a decent fit for you. It kind of like helps you to kind of like balance things out a little bit in the sense where the atmosphere is actually okay and a little bit more open to like you, I guess, open to you and who you are type thing. And you're able to kind of like share that, right? So yeah, this one's probably a little bit better in theory, and you'll be able to sort of like integrate into it really well, right? Um, you may sort of navigate through little situations, which might, I guess, what happened with the job at Wagamama's or Wegmans? It says Wegmans. So what happens with that job? Let me. I don't have any Pentacles cards. I don't have any Pentacles cards. I'm actually utilizing the energy deck to sort of give an indication because I've already packed up the tarot, which is this is similar to the tarot, but it's different. Some of the cards means different things, but it's derived from the tarot. To be fair, this one seems like a better fit for your personality type. I do think that we did meet during the retro. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think this one for you is a much better fit in terms of your personality. I think it's a much better fit in terms of your personality. You'll be able to find a nice balance in terms of you being able to kind of like, I guess, be yourself, because I feel like that was a little bit of what was going on with the previous role. It's not that you couldn't, yeah, it was like you couldn't necessarily be like yourself type thing. You kind of had to button up, if you will. Um, so yeah, this one's a lot better in essence. You may sort of be there for a good period of time. I'm seeing around about 10, maybe 11 months. And then there's a case of like deciding. I think you're then deciding on what your next move is from there. I don't know if it means staying with the job, getting a promotion, or actually moving away from the job. I'm not too sure, but that happens around about 10, 11 months from now. So towards the end of the year, I'm seeing basically. Okay. Sorry, I'm like checking the chat. I had to follow so many rules. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah, definitely a good amount of money. Definitely a good amount of money being there. It's not the tarot, so there's no pentacles to sort of like get. But this situation right here, much better for you. I'll show you the type of cards that I kind of like had previous. I have now with the situation. I think this was a pass. This was a pass on the situation, which was like deceit. I think that there was like a lot of things that you weren't necessarily aware of in the past situation. Where you are right now with the current situation, this card, the garden and the gate, is kind of like basically going into somewhat of your dream reality type thing and having the opportunity to experience your dream reality. And moving forward, as far as like the future position, as far as this card, this is the angel of balance. So this situation will kind of like help you find the right balance with being able to sort of bring your personality to the table, because that's something that's actually going to benefit you in this space, right? And that atmosphere as well is more conducive to you being able to do that and be comfortable in being able to do that freely. And we've got the wild card, okay, at the bottom of the deck. So you will be able to integrate fairly well and find the balance within yourself and within being able to kind of like navigate the space with this situation. The guidance for you on this particular situation is that you're ready. All you've got to do is be assertive, which means that you hold the key to creating the reality that you intend to manifest and sire into existence for the purpose of your experiences or the experiences that you'd like to sort of like have whilst you're here. So it's going to be good. It's going to be, it has some longevity from what I can sense. It has some longevity. And I guess you decide how things actually play out maybe 10, 11 months from now, where you want to take things, basically. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. They're beautiful. We will wrap things up there. Thanks for stopping back into space, because I was concerned. I was like, oh, what's she gonna do? She mentioned that she lost the job. So sorry for what? What was that? He just actually seemed different. We did meet during the retro. Yeah. That happens a lot of the time. So it's funny because I think one of my other friends met a potential during the last, not that one this year, the one last year. I think it was a mid Mercury retrograde. And when he sort of like came in, I said to her, ooh, that means that you guys are going to be navigating through some intense classes, basically, with him sort of like coming in the Mercury retrograde. And I think, where was Mercury retrograde at the time? I think Mercury was retrograde in Capricorn at the time. Yeah, I think Mercury was retrograde in Capricorn at the time. Maybe. I'm not even too sure, but basically I was just like, whoa. Like, you guys are going to be navigating through like a really intense class in terms of being able to sort of like you know, I guess, adjust to each other's quirks. That's the thing, like when you sort of like come together during the Mercury retrogrades, it's a really, really intense class because it's almost like the universe goes and finds basically the person that is potentially likely to be like the exception to a lot of your personal rules, I guess, or your personal laws, your personal belief system, your core beliefs. And then they present this person to you as an option. And then you decide whether or not you want to sort of like take up the option. And if you do, okay, then you'll have to work like intensely in that class, which is not necessarily ideal because I'm sure there's so many things that we're already working intensely at, right? The human experience never stops, it never quits. There's always something new to learn, do, and grow from. So, yeah, I guess. It is now officially 3 a.m. So your girl is going to sign out. Okay, I'm going to sign out for the night. Oh. Oh, my little one is so happy seeing you again. Hi. Sorry, mummy's been up with us all night. She's been awesome, though, helping to sort of mod and make sure that everything's okay. Thank you for loaning her to us throughout the night. Okay, we appreciate you, and we appreciate mummy as well. Oh, about her being fired. Okay, the sorry, hun. Okay. I see you, Chaley. I see you. It was this time too, I believe. Well, I decided not to take it, so good for him. Good for him indeed, beautiful. Good for him indeed. Okay, because it would have been a pretty challenging class, I guess. You guys would probably have so many like differences that you'd have to kind of like navigate through combat. I'm still navigating through like my own experience. Like, even though I've been with my mister for like 12 years, trust me, like we're still navigating through our our incompatibility issues, basically. It's funny because obviously like I'm a cusp sign, so there's parts of like my Pisces aspects that draws him because his moon's Pisces as well. He's a Gemini. um, and my midhaven's in Gemini as well, so it's just interesting to see like the classes that we're having to sort of like sit with each other. And it was so funny because I was like, I told you guys, right? I've always been like this, but I was like dormant. I left myself dormant for years. And so when he met me, I say met me, but when we kind of like got introduced to each other before I actually came here. So when I was around about 10, 11 back home, my guardian angel, which is basically my granddad, he died when my mom was 10 months old. He let me know that basically I was going to get disconnected because I was having struggles, basically like developing my gift, or I just felt weird and I didn't know how to deal with it. And spirits would keep talking to me and I didn't know how to explain it to people. When I did, they would just act like I'm weird. So I just wanted to be normal. And then it was like when I did actually like when I was around about 26, I started to embark on certain journeys. When I was turning 24, actually, I was like doing my I was in church bringing in the new year. And then it was like when I kind of like asked God to come and sit in my heart and basically utilize me, he really did. I didn't know what I was letting myself in for. And then I kept like asking God for different things, like show me who I am. And he really did. Like he definitely showed me who I am. And it was like basically my 27th year, I want to say, like when I was 27, even though by then I'd been with my partner for like 7 years, I reactivated again. And we're still navigating through the incompatibility issues, basically. I'll put it like that. Okay, because this isn't necessarily who he signed up for. at the time, and I'm like a completely different person. Like I used to do like the whole makeup and all of that kind of stuff. It's not that I don't do makeup now, it's just that I just don't feel like the need. I do that for like a really special occasion that has to be like a wedding or like a birthday, or like I don't necessarily do it on a day-to-day basis just because I just can't be asked. I'm just not that girl anymore, unfortunately. Like I just literally, I just live like I'm so. The person that he met was like really. I liked going out. I liked doing certain things. Now, who I am is just not that woman. So we're navigating through some incompatibility issues. But that's my bae. I love him. Okay. Like he is the exception to the rule all the time. Even when I think that the rule is firm, he just gives me a smile and then it's like, okay, cool. I'll figure it out. Like I'll figure out how to like bend and curb this rule and still make sure that I'm at peace with the situation, which can be tricky to navigate too. I got ghosted by 7 people last year. Dang. I'm surprised I even talk to people at all anymore. Listen, trust me. Trust me, beautiful. Like, yeah, that part. Um, oh, I love saying hey. I love saying hey. It's nice when it's like a little family experience. Like we all just kind of like vibe together. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Hi. Okay. My midhavens also enjoy. Listen, I'm telling you, cosmic twins, man, on so many different levels. So many different levels. I'm telling you. Oh, dude. On that note, beautiful people, it is now after 3 a.m. I've now done another 5-hour shift after doing, I think I did like a 9-hour shift at work. So I have worked today, okay, 14 hours. God can't say that I'm lazy. I'm sorry. I'm laughing because I know God can really actually say that I'm lazy, and He's probably got like a whole bunch of like timelines where He can like just scroll through and be like, and this time, and that time, and this time, and that, and I'm just like, yeah, well, I'm talking about this time, on this day, on this moment. I am gonna get better as well, guys, at like getting these like pick a crystal readings together for you guys. I also have like other content as well that I need to get together for you guys. So just give me some time to optimize. I am getting better. You guys see that I'm getting more consistent here in this space, and I'm just trying to learn how to juggle everything. So just be patient with me. I'm learning how to be a better student at life and purpose. Okay? Bear with me, guys. But yeah, I'm just gonna let you guys get on with your evenings for the most part. You take care as well, beautiful Mina. Yes, you can look up my chart, beautiful. So my birthday is the 21st of Feb, 1990. My time of birth is 7:30 p.m. and I was born in Kingston, Jamaica. It's okay. Look me up, girl. Check me out. Okay, it's all good. On that note, awesome folks, I'm going to love you guys and leave you guys until we meet again next week. Thank you guys for just being so awesome tonight and bearing with me while I basically be myself. I think that was the first time. The guide said to me maybe 2 weeks ago, like, I'm going to get to the point where I actually start eating whilst I'm on live doing these readings because I'm so comfortable. And I was like, no, I wouldn't do that. Here we are. That part. On that note, I'm going to see you guys next week. I love you guys. Mwah. Have a fab week, guys. You guys deserve it. Shaylee, if you see anything in the charts, hit me up, girl. Okay? The email somewhere in the description as well, I think. But yeah. Bye. Love you guys. Sorry, I have to do the whole like hit the chat and refresh stuff. Okay? Oh, thank you guys. I love you guys, man. You guys are so precious to me. I'll catch you guys next week and we can do this all over again. I can pretend like I don't want to be in here for like hours on end until I am. That part. I'll catch you guys next week. Ta-ra. Peace, y'all.
Ah.